What's up, chat? It's a sad day. It's a sad day for all black people everywhere. For the entire Latin American community. All of Japan. It's a sad day. Sorry if you had to hear it from me, chat, but we laid to rest Akira Toriyama, the creator of the illustrious series Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super, whatever your flavor preference is. Dragon Quest, freaking Chrono Trigger. He's done a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. But we'll get into all of that. Because if you're new here, you might not know. But like, if you've been here for any portion of time, you look at the freaking wherever the alerts are, they're all Dragon Ball. You look at the sub badges in the chat, they're all Dragon Ball. So I'm gonna spend a little bit of time, going over how I found Dragon Ball, because it's my first anime. It's how I got into anime. How impactful it was for me, how impactful it was for other people, see the reactions to Toriyama's death, and just talk about Dragon Ball a little bit. You know what I mean? Let me indulge. Show out some of my favorite pieces of obscure Dragon Ball media. And yeah, we are early, like 10 minutes early. But yeah. Anyway, before we get into that, how are you guys doing, chat? What's going on? It's a serious day. We'll get into other stuff as well. We'll get into some juicy drama. We'll get into some probably not a lot of the State of the Union stuff, just like what's like popping off. My Mexican cousins are crying in the group chat. Yes, I saw Charlie went on a rant about immigration, and I don't care. Not really. On my range of things to care about, Charlie going on being pro-immigration or anti-American immigration is like kind of low on the list for today. Maybe we'll watch it later. Maybe we'll watch it tomorrow. This is an anti-Charlie broadcast. This is true. This is the anti-Charlie broadcast for sure. Broken clock. You know what I mean? And it's like, I guess he's not even truly like anti like American immigration, because he like specifically cares about like, you know, immigrants or whatever. It's more that it personally affected him, but I don't think it's a bad thing per se. If this is what like radicalizes him against why immigration is so bad. I think it's fine. I think it's show. But in general, on the scale of caring, I don't really. I started watching Dragon Ball really late, and I didn't finish it. I gotta watch the whole thing today. We'll talk about some good pieces of media that comes out of it, because generally, we'll talk about all of it. We'll get into the Dragon Ball discussion pretty soon. But as y'all know, like, I grew up with Dragon Ball. You know what I mean? Like, this is what I have a basis for what my channel is. It's Dragon Ball. So we'll get to that. Like, I played. How many hours do I have in Xenoverse? I wonder. Just on my computer, because I have a lot of hours on my PS5 as well and PS4. Let's see. 300 hours, almost exactly, in Xenoverse 2. 50 hours in Dragon Ball The Breakers. 162 hours in Dragon Ball Z Fighters, 60 hours in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Not even counting all of the hours and hours and hours I spent in freaking Dragon Ball Z sagas, Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3, Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3, Dragon Ball Z Legend of Goku 1, 2, and 3, or Boost Fury, Raging Blast 1 and 2, Burst Limit, Ultimate Tenkaichi, freaking, what else is there? Xenoverse 1. Like, I have so many hours in just consuming Dragon Ball media, Dragon Ball games, Dragon Ball fan content, Dragon Ball the manga, Dragon Ball fan mangas. There's so much because the influence of Dragon Ball is immense. It is crazy. It's crazy. But we'll get into all that. The Turkish guy living in Germany, Dragon Ball was the only one thing that keeps united so many people here. It's only a bit of peace and harmony. It's because it shows like Dragon Ball is a sad day to day. Yeah. Any Dragon Ball thing will feel so weird now. Yeah. Yeah, and this is why, I want to make it a wider conversation about capitalism as well. Just because I know for a fact that Dragon Ball Z Magic or Daima is not going to be the last Dragon Ball property to exist. I'm not saying that it necessarily should, but I've been a firm proponent, and I think at some point Dragon Ball should have rested before Toriyama did. You know what I mean? Dragon Ball as a series should have ended, and we could have had a completed package, a completed piece of media or property, right? That Toriyama got to see to his conclusion by being the chief arbiter of that content, right? And I feel like even like the Buu saga existing, when Toriyama wanted it to end after the Cell saga, or even GT or Super or whatever else other properties. Those are pretty much the only properties, right? The existence of those aren't necessarily bad because Toriyama had a if you had a creative idea, being like, this is what I want to do next, then I think it's fine. But the fact that nothing can end anymore, it kind of leads to the point where you can't even have a fully completed property. Since that was my favorite. Same. People said the same thing about Berserk when the creator of Berserk died after making it for so long. Yeah, and it's just, this is why we need to normalize, even though I kind of hate that word because it's become a TikTok buzzword, but normalize the ending, right, of pieces of media, right? Telling a complete story and stopping, right? Because now, like, Toritaro is going to be expected to carry on and finish Dragon Ball Super without Toriyama. You feel me? And that's a lot of pressure to put on somebody who grew up watching freaking, actual Dragon Ball written by Toriyama and be like, I want to draw because of this person. That's a lot of pressure to put on him. And so we'll have a conversation about all of that as well. I have a lot of thoughts. But generally, Dragon Ball is literally, I would say, my favorite piece of media. We talk about anime a lot on this broadcast, and I said it all the time, right? That Dragon Ball is a 10 out of 10 for me, not because I think the story is the most fleshed out, not because I think the characters are the most complex, not because I think the animation is like the best thing to ever exist, but because of the legacy and the impact of this series. It has touched not only like the world, but like other, artists and mangaka in the industry, right? It's literally, you will not be able to find. I think I was telling my mom this earlier. Maybe there's like a toss up between like Sailor Moon and the impact that Sailor Moon had on wider internet culture. Like Sailor Moon spawned an entire new genre, like an entire like new genre of like media, and Pokemon as well. Sailor Moon, Pokemon, and Dragon Ball have had the most insane impact on pop culture as a whole. You feel me? And so it's just like one of those things. It's one of those things. And Pokemon is actually a great example of just what happens when you corporatize a property so much, right? It's gotten to a point where people are tired of Pokemon games and they will actively seek out a Pokemon ripoff game, right? Because it does something different. And it just like, it's what happens when you can't have a series that just is allowed to naturally end. You know what I mean? When do you think people die when they are shot the heart with a pistol? No. When they are ravaged by incurable disease? No. When they make a soup from the poisonous mushrooms? No. It's when they're forgotten. That the hero look, Dragon Ball would not only live on as Dragon Ball, but only in any shonen coming after it? Yes. True. Without Dragon Ball, there's no One Piece. Without Dragon Ball, there's no One Piece. There's no Naruto. There's no Bleach. And those three shows, the big three, Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach, themselves have become cultural icons, have become transcendent of anime as a medium to bring people together, right? All three of those were either directly inspired or drew direct reference to Dragon Ball. It's without Dragon Ball, there's no anime as we know it. In the same way that without Pokemon, or without Sailor Moon, there is no anime as we know it. There's not. There's not. The impact that it had is insane, and it's kind of crazy to think about. Which also means no following inspired works. Yeah, anything that's inspired by Bleach or inspired by One Piece or inspired by Naruto, you don't get it. You don't get new gens. New gens don't exist. You don't get Hunter x Hunter. You don't get My Hero Academia. Right? You don't get like freaking, what else is there? Fire Force. You don't get it. 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 They don't exist. Creators of all those manga refer to Akira with so much is him as God. The Avatar inspirations for Dragon Ball. It's also in Western shows. Yeah, it's in like, it's pop culture. It's literally pop culture. It did wonders for the normalization of anime across the world. Without Dragon Ball, you would not be able to, or it would not be as culturally normal, if you will, to watch anime. You feel me? It just wouldn't. It just wouldn't. It's an insane amount of cultural relevance that was cultivated. But we'll get to all of that. I'm still talking about it. We'll get to it. Is my chair low? No, my chair's not low. We're good. Okay. We'll get to it. I want to talk about other stuff right now. And the other stuff that I want to talk about is what I've been working on with my with the extension. I don't know, recap what happened with that. I want to talk about what I did for the last day when I wasn't live. And then we'll get into the Dragon Ball discussion. Because I do think it will take a while. I think it will take a very long time. Because I have so much I want to say. But I want to at least start with a recap on where the tool is. Not the tool. The tool is different. On where the extension is. I don't know. Maybe we'll play a Dragon Ball game today. My favorite Dragon Ball game. Can y'all guess what it is, chat? I've talked about it before. It's not my favorite, but like it's one of my favorites growing up. That people hate. People are not fans of it. Blast off? Oh yeah, I can blast off. Recapping the impact that Dragon Ball. It's so crazy that there's literally not a single person. Okay, I won't say not a single person. That's an exaggeration, right? But like I've never seen Twitter, like literally the worst parts of Twitter, come together to immortalize somebody in this way. It's been almost universally, praise and reverence. You know what I mean? Which Dragon Ball game was one where you move in a board game? I don't know. That doesn't sound. Was it Budokai? Oh, I guess it was. I thought even the gameplay, you move in a board game. Okay, what happened on Twitter? Akira Toriyama died, and people are very nice about it. First since Michael Jackson died. Oh, you're right. But there was, even then, people were like, Michael Jackson has like skeletons in his closet and stuff or whatever. He's not a good person. But I wasn't on Twitter then. But I did see that on like the news and stuff. But you're right. When Michael Jackson died, people were very much came together. But like, okay, let me tweet. Recapping the impact Dragon Ball on my line. Talking. React. Gate. Again. Union. Biden. And more. And I need a meme. Need a meme. This is a good meme. I'm copying. I'm stealing it. Copy image. I need twitch.tv/Sean the Black. Post. Oh, and there are people on Twitter as well, also, like posting AI art of like Dragon Ball and Goku and Akira Toriyama. And I'm telling you right now, right? Nothing is going to radicalize more people away from AI art than posting that immediately after Akira Toriyama dies. Nothing. There's literally like artists cannot wish for better propaganda against AI artists or AI art, or the concept of like AI illustration, than like disrespecting Toriyama's legacy in that way. Literally, it's like the best piece of propaganda. Uncanny Wishbone, thank you for the follow. All right, let's get started with Let me open up my VS Code real quick. I want to show you guys what I worked on yesterday. And then we'll get started into the Dragon Ball talk. Also, yes, I don't think they will honestly talk together Friday, but if they did try to make like anything with AI with Dragon Ball Z, it's done. It's over. The the tool or the technology will be banned tomorrow. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. It will be banned tomorrow. No questions. They're not that stupid. This is a funny meme. A bridge? No, I don't think it will work. I think Dragon Ball Abridged, which we'll talk about all of that. I have a list of things to talk about. I want to show you my favorite niche pieces of Dragon Ball media. Go over what my history of Dragon Ball is. All that stuff. I want to do this first. I want to show you what I've worked on. So if you don't know, I'm working on a tool to let me change my Google real quick. New goal, 25 subs. I'm working on a tool that'll allow me to play Dungeons and Dragons with chat. And this is what I've got so far. So same thing as you've seen before. You can join, you can pick, you got elf, bard, high elf. You could choose your ability scores as normal. This is also that I've done before, right? I mean, Improv, thank you for the subscription. Much appreciated. This is new. You can now choose 3 skill proficiencies to be proficient in based upon like what each class can be proficient in. They'll say like just these random 3 or whatever. And I could choose your tool proficiencies as well if there's any proficiencies that you can choose for the tool. So if you're a bard, you get different like instrument proficiencies. After you do that and you confirm, you now have a full character sheet with working ability scores, saving throws, and the skills are finally also working as well with the correct proficiencies added and stuff. So that's where we are with this. Everything else is fine. I think after I do spells and the equipment, I think it'll be ready for testing. I still want to have that done by Sunday so we can test it on Sunday. But that's pretty much all I did. It took me a while to do. All day yesterday. Oh, I didn't mean to close that. But yeah. That's that. And I beat the goat. True through the bird. R.I.P. to the goat. It was awesome. Thank you. I tried my best. But about Toriyama, same. That's all I wanted to show. I also was supposed to go see Dune 2, but it was late and it's a long movie, so I didn't see it yesterday. Maybe I'll see it tomorrow. Who knows? The world is my oyster. And yeah, that's it. I was just listening to music and coding yesterday. Yeah. That's all I have to say. You see Shogun yet? No. Also, is it on HBO? I don't think I have HBO. Let's talk about Dragon Ball. So, if you're in here, you probably know, at least heard of Dragon Ball. It's on Hulu. Oh. Maybe I'll watch it then. What is Dragon Ball? Have you heard of one more? I have heard of one more multiverse. It's very weird to, or it's not very user friendly. But maybe I'll look into it because it doesn't have a character creator in it as well. I don't know. We'll look into it. So sad. What is Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball is a Japanese media franchise created by Akira Toriyama in 1984. The initial manga, written and illustrated by Toriyama, was serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump from 1984 to 1995, with 519 individual chapters included into 42 tankobon volumes by its publisher, Shueisha. Dragon Ball was originally inspired by the classical 16th century Chinese novel Journey to the West, combining elements of Hong Kong martial art films. Dragon Ball characters also used a variety of East Asian martial arts styles, including karate, Wing Chun, Kung Fu. The series followed the adventures of protagonist Son Goku from his childhood through adulthood as he trains in martial arts. He spends his childhood far from civilization until meeting a teen girl named Bulma, who encouraged her to join him on her quest to explore the world, search for the seven orbs known as Dragon Balls, which summon a wish-granting dragon. Along with his journey, Goku made friends, other friends, became a family man, discovered his alien heritage, and battles a wide variety of villains, many of whom seek the Dragon Balls. Sad day for weebs. This is the saddest day for weebs. Literally the saddest day for weebs. So this is what Dragon Ball is. Dragon Ball is a series about Goku, who was a little monkey boy with a little tail and stuff, who met up with this girl named Bulma, and they went to search for 7 magical little orb thingies, which are Dragon Balls. And so that's what Dragon Ball is generally. But as you can see here, like, Sean, you weren't even born in 1995. And so what I'd say, shut up, leave me alone. I got introduced to Dragon Ball through my father. Right, my dad watched Dragon Ball as well. And when I was young, my dad showed me Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball was the first anime I watched. And I was watching as a young boy, young lad. So you are Gohan, yes. Inherited weeb. All Dragon Ball do-rags must be placed at half-mast. I need a Dragon Ball do-rag now. I have a beanie around here somewhere. I just couldn't find it before stream started, unfortunately. But yeah, so I remember being a young boy sitting with like Dragon Ball, like before it was VHS, but I don't really remember the VHS days. I just remember pulling out in our DVD cabinet was like a box set. It was I think box set 4 of, let me see if I can find it, for Dragon Ball Z. It was orange. Dragon Ball Z season, no, it wasn't season 4. It was season 3. What's a DVD? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was it. But the price of these are going to skyrocket, chat. Or was it season? Actually, it might have been season 6. Cause I'm pretty sure it was Gohan was at the front of it. Or season 5. I don't even remember. It was one of these. This is what it was. I think it's did I ever tell you how he found Dragon Ball? He did not, actually. And now my dad's at work right now, so I can't even ask him anything. It was a box set. It was a huge box set too. It was like very large for a box set. It was weird. And so I remember watching it and just like falling in love with the series. It also helped that the series was also coming on, like Dragon Ball Z Kai was also airing a few years later. So I was watching it on like TV itself. I remember very vividly watching like Vegeta absolutely wreck like Dodoria and Zarbon, and will get wrecked by Zarbon. And then Jace, after getting wrecked by Jace, Dragon Ball Z Kai, which do you prefer? I like both, but I remember Dragon Ball Z Kai more vividly because I saw the original Dragon Ball Z, and I started with the original Dragon Ball Z. When I actually went back and watched the original Dragon Ball Z as well. But Kai just it has the most memories for me, as in like what's the most like what is like the most nostalgic. And so I can't hate Dragon Ball Z Kai. Kai is directly better, but I'm nostalgic for the original. The music, I think the music is in the original is better. You watch Super? I do watch Super. I have some issues, but it's chill. Just makes me with the fillers. Did you ever go back and watch Dragon Ball? I did. Before I watched Kai, and after I like watched a lot of the box set Dragon Ball Z, I did watch the original Dragon Ball only one time when I was like, I think 9 or 10. I haven't seen it since. But it's such a good series. It's such a good series. Of original Dragon Ball, it's a different series. I think if you're like me and you grew up with Dragon Ball Z, then going back to Dragon Ball is going to feel like a different series. It's not at its core an action adventure show. It's a purely adventure based show, right? You're going to get Hunter x Hunter vibes. I saw my friend this who asked me like where she should start with Dragon Ball, right? It's like Hunter x Hunter before Nen is introduced, right? That's what you will get watching OG Dragon Ball, and it's good, right? It's very nice. They're very fresh, like change of pace. If you're used to modern day shonen, right? But you're not going to get Dragon Ball Z from OG Dragon Ball, right? Or Dragon Ball up until the old guy destroyed the moon. They keep destroying moons in the show, honestly. It's happened like twice, 3 times. Watch this. Yes, I did watch this. And I will get to this as well. I want to watch this. I want to show y'all Dragon Ball Z Absalon, which is what I grew up with, my first fan animation that I saw that was sick. Deliverance, I'll show y'all that as well. We'll get into all of it. It's cool. The moons just grow back. It's so strange. The moons do just grow back. I never really thought of that. Formerly Lil Chimmy. I remember you, Lil Chimmy. Welcome back. But yeah, and so Dragon Ball Z was my first real anime. Gotta understand, man. I'm Hispanic. Dragon Ball, iconic moments are in our textbooks as historical artifacts. The third word baby learns in our culture after mom and dad is Goku. It's a part of our way of life, and it doesn't feel real. This is true. We are aligned. Black people in the entirety of Latin America. It's honestly the entire world, right? The entire world. But the 2 groups of people that I know for a literal fact that this gets you it immediately 30 seconds off. Reevaluate your life. I'm just kidding. That's a fair. You can have that take, but just not right now. But it's sort of defined a lot of our media consumption. I've been about to drag it outside of the show unironically back in the day. Asian, Latino, Black, yeah. And so, Dragon Ball graffiti I seen in Mexico is insane. It's just, for some reason, it's stuck, right? It's literally one of the very few cultural sticking points throughout the entire world. I mean, freaking Goku's at the what is that parade called? I don't even know. Toriyama is such an important person. He will be taught in art schools everywhere. Thanksgiving. Is it Thanksgiving? Macy's. Yeah, I thought it was Macy's. The Thanksgiving parade. Yeah, I mean, Goku's there. You feel me? Like, come on. It's an insane cultural impact. Toriyama is such an important. I already read this. We remember it as a pioneer of generation's art. I mean, as he should. As he should. I want to see more shows sort of adopt the Dragon Ball art style. You know what I mean? Because all too often do we just see like your regular seasonal show that just copies the last seasonal show's art style. It's nothing true. Like there's nothing like truly artistic, or there's no true style there. It's just this is the anime art style. And like I want to see more, you know, stylistic choices. Like when you see the Dragon Ball art style, you know, okay, this was inspired by Dragon Ball. You know what I mean? This was like Akira Toriyama. My mom calls every animal character Goku. It has an impact even on normies. This is also true. Akira Toriyama's work is directly responsible for a staggering, incalculable number of friendships. It's a piece of media that literally cannot be. Also, I saw something I wanted to point out. Yes, I freaking love Blue Dragon. I love it so much. I'm such a huge fan of Blue Dragon, dog. I went back and watched Blue Dragon as well. It's so good. I played the games of Blue Dragon. It's such a solid series. It is very underrated. It's super underrated. Also, what is up with Toriyama and dragons? Can we talk about this? Can we have this conversation? Toriyama, like, they're cool. They are cool. I agree. But bro could not put the motif down. He couldn't put it down. I tried to ate his grandmother. What did you watch it on? I've been wanting to go back. Because I saw it as a kid, but I never finished. I watched it on Adult Swim late at night in 2008. That's where I watched Blue Dragon. But you can probably find the series literally anywhere. You can just look it up. You ever seen Ralgrad? I have not seen Ralgrad. Adult Swim cooking? Adult Swim is cooking. What is Ralgrad? Yeah, I haven't seen this. Interesting art as well. I have a lot of tweets to get through. Chat. A lot of tweets to get through. Kishimoto's response. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Freaking the Minister of Foreign Affairs in China. Dog, it's just such a crazy impact to have. What a legacy. So I look up the Sandland game. Oh, I saw this. Actually, I did see this. But not game. It's oh, he dropped this like near my birthday. He dropped this like 16 days before I was actually born. The Sandland. It was originally published. Sorry, this type of thing. here. I want to read this first. Uh, to be honest, I don't know what to write or how to write about this all of a sudden. However, for now, I'd like to express my thoughts and feelings about Toriyama Sensei. Something I wish he would have asked me someday. I grew up with Dr. Slump in the lowest grades of elementary school and Dragon Ball in the upper grades. It was natural for me to have his manga next to me as part of my life. Even if I had a bad experience watching Dragon Ball the next week, maybe forget about it. This is crazy how universal this experience is. It was relief to me, a country boy who had nothing, because Dragon Ball was really fun. It was when I was a university student, suddenly the Dragon Ball that had been a part of my life for me for so many years ended. It was an incredible sense of loss. I didn't know what to look forward to. But at the same time, it was an opportunity for me to understand the greatness of the teacher who created Dragon Ball. I also wanted to create works like yours. I also wanted to be like my teacher. As I followed through my teacher's footsteps and aspired to become a manga artist, the feeling of loss began to disappear because making comics was really fun. I was able to find new fun following my teacher. My teacher has always been my guide. I admire it. I apologize for the inconvenience, but I would like to express my gratitude to the teacher. For me, he was a god of salvation, the god of manga. I can't even read the first word. What did the first word say? When we met for the first time, I was so nervous I couldn't say a word. However, after meeting him so many times at the Tezuka Prize screening committee, we became able to talk. As Dragon Ball children, I and Mr. Oda went back to being children again. And when we talked about about how much Dragon Ball was fun, as if we were competing with each other, I forgot how he looked a little embarrassed and smiled at me. I have just received the news of the death of my teacher. I felt an even greater sense of loss than when Dragon Ball ended. I still don't know how to deal with the hole in my heart. Now I can't even read my favorite Dragon Ball. I don't know, like, I've been able to properly write this sentence that I want to convey to my teacher. What's this say? Everyone around the world was still looking forward to seeing your work. If one Dragon Ball wish really comes true, I'm sorry. Maybe it's selfish of me, but it's sad, Professor. Thank you, Akira Toriyama Sensei, for all the fun works you've done in the last 45 years. And thank you very much for your hard work. We are sure that the remaining family are still deeply hurt. Please take care of yourself. I pray that Mr. Toriyama Sensei, or Mr. Akira Toriyama, I can't read, may rest in peace. Jeez Louise. They reference a hole in your heart, like Goku's first death. Chill, bro. Chill. That's crazy. Slam Dunk and Vagabond creator. I can't accept it. Thank you, Mr. Toriyama. Ichiro Oda, One Piece, and Monster. I didn't know Oda made Monster. I have admired him so much since I was a child. I remember the day he called me by my name for the first time, the day you used the word friend for me, and Kishimoto. I remember being overjoyed with Kishimoto on the way home. I also remember the last conversation we had. I already read this one from Kishimoto. Toyotaru, Dragon Ball Super. I drew manga because I wanted to be praised by Toriyama Sensei. It was everything to me. This one hurts, right? Toyotaru's tweet hurts because of the amount of pressure that he must be feeling at this moment. You know what I mean? That he must be feeling at this moment. Like, it's like, imagine you've watched a piece of media, or you consumed a piece of media for your entire childhood. You grow up, you get to work on it, and now people, like, your boss is like, all right, you're the new voice now. You are the new voice. Actually, it reminds me a lot of this last Little Witch Academia episode that I watched yesterday, right? Is this the episode? Yes, episode number 4 of Little Witch Academia. It's an episode about Lotte going to see her favorite writer or artist, and that artist or like writer is giving up because she doesn't feel like she's like good enough for the work, right? And Lotte tries to make it like a point to her that like, you know, I enjoy your work. And so it doesn't matter if you're not the original artist or whatever. I enjoy what you write. And I think you should keep writing, right? It reminds me kind of that, right? In that it's a lot of pressure. And I hope that like, as like the fan base, we are at least graceful for what comes next after, or what's being written next after or during Super. Masaki Sato, a Dragon Ball animator. I'm proud to have been involved in animating, in the animation of Akira Toriyama's work, Dragon Ball. I pray for your soul from the bottom of my heart. Takao Koyama, Dragon Ball Z movie screenwriter. Honestly, doesn't get enough love. I absolutely adore the Dragon Ball Z movies. Just like BoJack, love it. Broly, the concept of Broly would not even exist in canon without the movies. Like, bro, dog. It's so good. It's so good. Freaking the Tree of Life, right? The Turles movie was sick. The Cool movie was sick. The Janemba movie was sick. Like giving us Gogeta. Like, come the freak on, dog. There were some movies that weren't the best, but Android 13 was sick. Like, it's just, there was so much good stuff from Dragon. No, I want to pull up my favorite clip from a Dragon Ball Z movie. It's kind of low. It's still kind of low. Bro, what is going on, YouTube?
I know, we should all just let bygones be bygones, but that ain't the way it's gonna be. I was programmed to kill your ass, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do. You hear?
You're just a slave, a pawn with no free will of its own, is that it?
Free will. Pitiful humans. War, segregation, hatred. Is that what you've done with your free will, boy? Don't you lecture me with your $30 haircut. Goku dies.
We'll see, you red ribbon redneck.
It's so good, bro. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. It's awesome, dog. It's like one of my favorite scenes ever. Like, don't you lecture me with your $30 haircut. Goku dies. Or one more time. Also, Goku's just standing there not saying a single thing. I love it. I love it, dog. He's not saying a single thing.
I know, we should all just let bygones be bygones, but that ain't the way it's gonna be. I was programmed to kill your ass, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do. You hear?
You're just a slave, a pawn with no free will of its own, is that it?
Free will. Pitiful humans. War, segregation, hatred. Is that what you've done with your free will, boy? Don't you lecture me with your $30 haircut. Goku dies.
We'll see, you red ribbon redneck.
It's one of my favoriteest clips. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Actually, you know what? For today, we're gonna turn the alerts up a little bit. Don't you lecture me with your $30 haircut. Goku dies. I want to see what China had to say. I'm so sorry. This is loud. It's still loud.
逝世表示深切的哀悼，向他的家属表示诚挚的慰问。鸟山先生是著名的漫画家，他的作品在中国也深受欢迎。 我注意到不少中国网友也对他的去世表示哀悼。我们期待也相信日本会有更多的有识之士积极投身中日文化交流和两国友好事业。
I assume she said we here in China also love Goku and public transportation. They're super based. That's what I think. Gee, we warned the passing of Toriyama. Biden, no statement. Possibly pro Toriyama's death. True. Honestly, if Biden wants a chance to win, he should come out here and say, we are saddened by Toriyama's death. Do it. You won't. No balls. Oh.
We express our deep
Somebody dubbed this. I don't know why it's so small though.
condolences for the passing of Mr. Akira Toriyama. We express our deep condolences for the passing of Mr. Akira Toriyama and express our sincere condolences to his family. Mr. Toriyama is a famous cartoonist. His works are also very popular in China. I noticed that many Chinese netizens also expressed condolences for his death. We hope and believe that more knowledgeable people in Japan will actively participate in Sino-Japanese cultural exchanges and the cause of friendship between the two countries.
Thank you, China. This is why China clears America. This is why China clears America. It's another good post. I'm just going through all the posts before I get into the other stuff. So I said, I just remember this Japanese commercial for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot and how it perfectly reflects how much Toriyama's work affected so many people's lives. May he rest in peace forever. May he forever rest in peace. I can't read either. Jeez Louise. Hey, I have that game. Also, I want to say before I get to this, it's very poetic because the first game I've ever streamed on this channel was Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 and Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. First two games I had ever streamed on this channel. I actually made YouTube videos before. And actually, I'll show it after this. But yeah. Damn, it's hard with the tutorials getting into it. It was a beautiful game.
打てるって本気で信じてた。
アニメの翌日はその話で持ちきりでみんなで真似してた。
次回予告はかなりの衝撃。
シス今週のジャンプって入ってる。
そう続きが知りたくて買いに走ったっけ。気のコントロール密かにやってたよな。
勝負のつかない技の出し合いとか永遠したりしてね。
なんか自分まで強くなった気がしたんだよな。
今もさどっかで信じてる。僕らはみんな孫悟空だ。
so sick, dog. So sick.
ドラゴンボール Z カカロット
It's so sick. It's so sick. It's so sick. It's so sick. It's so great. I love this. I love this series so much. No, I have not covered Frogan yet. Can you put this in chat? Yes, the intros. The Budokai Tenkaichi went crazy. Is Budokai Tenkaichi 3 intro? Freaking loud. This is the first Budokai Tenkaichi intro. Honestly, they're basically the same. Now that I'm looking at him. It's just the graphics got a lot better. This is what I was thinking of. But that's not normal. That's the Japanese one? Oh. Bro, Vegeta's so cold, dog. He's so cold. He never wins, but he's so cold. I've never seen somebody so committed to the bit. Vegeta 1v2 Janema and Broly. It's so awesome. You get done more than Krillin, but he's so cool while doing it. You know what I mean? He is so cool while doing it. Also, he stole Yamcha's girl, so that's sick enough for me. Also, yeah, this is the trailer for Budokai Tenkaichi 4 or Sparking Zero. I remember watching this like as soon as it dropped. Immediately. Dado had a video out like 10 seconds later. I don't know how he did it. I have no idea how he recorded, uploaded, edited a video 10 seconds after the official video had dropped. The video was like a minute long. A minute later, he had a video out. It was crazy. This book got to get you 3. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Bro. Bro, it's awesome. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. So yeah, I want to show y'all the. I guess we also was new trailer. I want to show y'all some of my favorite pieces of Dragon Ball fan media that came from this as well. We're going to do a Goku running Elden Ring. I can't wait for this game. I can't wait. Bro, he knocked the Kamehameha wave away. Dog, that's crazy. That's crazy. You couldn't even do that in the actual game. Like in Budokai Tenkaichi 3. And I will also say the Gallic Gun Erasure is crazy. It's crazy. The Gallic Gun Erasure is crazy, bro. Giving Vegeta the final flash instead of letting him like power up his Gallic Gun is wild. It's wild.
Tremble before my power! I'll show you the horrors of hell. Now perish along with this planet!
They say that I'm good enough, grabbing my da-da-da. Think about shit that I shouldn't,
It's so cool. It's so sick. Yeah, I want to show y'all some of my favorite pieces of Dragon Ball media. And I want to show y'all, before I get to this, I want to show y'all my collection of old YouTube videos that I used to make before I started streaming. If I can find it. That's crazy, dog. This is like 2019. They can take Krillin to fight no cap. You're getting washed by Krillin. Krillin washes everybody in Naruto, everybody in Bleach. I haven't got that far in One Piece, but Krillin washes like most people in media as a whole. But yeah, this is my folder of like Xenoverse 2 videos that I was working on. I did 6 of them. There was like 20 that I had recorded. I just never edited. Also, there's other stuff as well. Let's see. I'm kind of mad I deleted my old YouTube channel. Because I had like a bunch of old stuff in it. I was going to be like, dog, I'm going to be a new like Dragon Ball Z creator, dog. You don't get it. You don't understand it. I don't even know. I saw people legit arguing that Saitama could take Goku was level 5 ever. Goku could take Saitama with some preparation. Oh, is this where I put my, okay, sorry. I'm getting distracted. Yeah. This is one of my favorite pieces of Dragon Ball Z fan media. There's Dragon Ball Z or Legends, which was sick. There's Dragon Ball Z Abridged. That was also sick. Or Team 4-Star? Yeah, well, obviously,
Is a non-profit fan-based parody.
obviously, I'm not gonna watch all of it, but there's Dragon Ball Z Absalon, which was sick. There's freaking Dragon Ball Z Deliverance, which is sick. There's so much good stuff. There's so much good stuff. There's so much good stuff. It's actually 11 minutes long. This is a lot longer than I remember it being, honestly. I'll show y'all this because it shows just how, to every child who believed that they could train 100 times Earth's gravity and aim, and to every artist who tapped into Dragon Ball Z and paused it to draw their favorite heroes, this is dedicated to you. A lifetime appreciation in the craft of manga animation storytelling has led me to making this film. Mr. Toriyama, please accept this as a small token of gratitude. This hits harder now that Toriyama has passed away. And as a great deliver to the worlds you've created and shared with us as children of the 90s, an inspiration will forever remain immeasurable. DBZ Light of Hope is the only DBZ live action fan series. I think I've actually seen that as well. That's the one with Trunks, right? Yeah, this is the one with Trunks. It was on Machinima. That's crazy. 37 million views.
My son.
Oh, this is the full thing. Okay, we won't watch the full thing, but this is sick. I'll show y'all the just the fight. This is what I saw. It's only a minute long. I was always being Norwegian as a kid. I know I've never seen any of this because you're not black, Apollo.
Stay strong.
They say that I'm good enough, grabbing my da-da-da. Think about shit that I shouldn't,
awaits your return.
Are you still in content? I am still in content. Yeah, this is even okay. I don't think it does justice. I should probably. Yeah, I'm not watching the entire thing. Oh, whatever. We'll watch this. Watch this. We skip forward a bit.
Just
the whole thing? Sure.
Can you be?
Have we ever met?
Have we ever met?
If you don't mind, can you just tell me what I forgot so I can remember?
It's so beautiful.
Unbelievable. And did you
It's
forget
beautiful.
the promise you made me as well? You promised to marry me, Goku!
Well, his life's over.
Being the Yamcha.
Is that all you can say for yourself?
I've never seen this. It's beautiful. Really? It did come out last year. So. Was that Piccolo? No. This is too political.
The green light. The gold you fashion. It's not every day that a king leaves his throne. But for you, I make a royal exception. All my life I've trained for this one moment.
How's his earrings attached?
For the pride of the Saiyans! For my family. And yes, even you, Kakarot. Saiyan legend, hear me! Today a god falls. Bones to dust.
Oh, what did Hasan say? Oh God, don't want to know. Oh, this is politics. Leave your politics out of here. Gosh darn it, we're talking about Dragon Ball right now.
All my life I've trained for this one moment.
You're so realistic.
For the pride of the Saiyans! For my family. And yes, even you, Kakarot. Saiyan legend, hear me! Today a god falls. Bones
This is so beautiful. It's such a... This is not official, chat. This is a fan animation. Like, bro. Also, Vegeta being a short king is insane. Go off, king. You may not be tall, but you got power. So he's dribbling him off the freaking ground. Again with Gala Gun Erasure. But Jimmy Shorty, one of his advantage, not gonna lie. Oh, Broly abuses women on International Women's Day? Crazy. Broly is not a feminist. Broly is the anti-feminist. Yeah, oof, not a good look, Sweaty. Not a good look at all. Bro, it's so sick. It's so sick. Skaters would be scared for their lives, bro. I would not be there, dog. I'd be gone. Bro, this wrestling is so fake.
I remember. It's Chi-Chi, right?
Kakarot, stop calling me that. That name is your birthright. For you, just like I, are the legacy of a proud race of golden warriors. We are the keepers of the primal light. Your light is out of control and must be refined to be useful. Your days under the sun are numbered, Kakarot. So marry that woman while you still have the chance. And come with me. We have to prepare.
For what?
Her name is Carrot. You will like it. So yeah. That's wait, there was more? Hold on, there was more. I didn't see there was more.
Think about shit that I shouldn't
Okay, that's sick. Not a dragon was story if the moon doesn't catch a stray. True. True. It's 100%. 100% dog. Bro hates vegetables. Bro is not a fan of vegetables. Not a fan of vegetables. You can actually maybe go as far as to say that Broly's kind of an Uncle Tom here a little bit. But yeah, it's just one example of like a cool what you can do with like this type of like concept. It works. Another good example, this one's a bit older, is Absalon. It's more like post Z instead of like a reimagining of the series itself. Also has pretty sick animation for 11 years ago. No, we have not covered Frogan yet. Is there not supposed to be any sound? Oh. But this is crazy for 11 years ago, like being like freaking 3 dudes. That sounds wild. True. I want to get to the crazy fights. This is like an entire thing. But yeah, this is another one not really thinking art style. It's a lot older. It's not as like polished as like this one is, for sure. But again, it's like 11 years ago. It came out in 2012. But it was the first part of Absalon. Absalon is fan made as well. I don't think it was animated by like a single dude. Yeah, it was animated by a single dude. So
It's all right. I need to. Here, be on the.
Honestly, voice acting's not as good, but it's still pretty sick to see what people do with the concepts. You feel me? But one that I think is like probably one of my favorite is a good example of this is Deliverance. So Dragon Ball Deliverance, if you look at episode 1, you probably have the same comments, right? Oh, the art style is pretty not great. You know what I mean?
We are leaving immediately.
The voice acting is also pretty bad.
2 of our elite warriors are facing this monster right now. But they will not be able to last much longer.
This was 5 years ago.
At this point, some more intel should be useful on what we're going to fix. No. I can't believe it.
No, you're not going to the Hasan recap yet either.
You're kidding me, right?
It's like a nightmare.
There is no time to waste. We must hurry up and go.
Right? And so this looks a bit like flat. Like even if you but comparing this to episode 4, spoilers for this series. Right? To this, I do recommend you watch this as well, though. This is actually fantastic. It's also a good take on the story. We're gonna skip ahead a bit.
Still underwater. Can't find the tone and
Here. This is fan made. And look at it, bro. It's insane how far they've come from since their first one. And it gets better. It gets a lot better. It gets a lot better.
let's aim for his head.
Right.
He's fast.
Move!
This is the improvements that they made in freaking 4 years. Like, it's insane. Who's the bad guy here? The monster. This is Goten and Trunks.
I've got him.
Let's see how tough you are without your helmet, ugly.
Fan-made character? Yes, he's a fan-made character as well. It's part of the lore of this.
What the hell is this thing made of?
Shit.
Oh, you mean like who is the bad guy?
He endured so much when we were Gotenks. But that makes him buckle?
That's gotta be his weak spot.
That's so awesome. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm fanning out here, dog. The monster swiped a piece of hair off of Goten, and the hair turned back into black when it wasn't like attached to him. I'm running back. Sorry. It's so sick. It's so sick. It's so sick. Right there. It's so cool. It's so cool. It's so cool. It's so cool. I'm still watching it because it does get better as well. This was all one dude. This isn't one dude. This is a team of a few people. It's no more than like 10 though. This is maybe like 10 people.
Goten.
Absalon is one dude.
I think I got a plan.
Oh, you do? All right. I'm all ears.
Huh?
So he's get hired ASAP? True. I got both of their right eyes are punched out.
That's great.
Yeah, because it happened when they were fused. So it's like those attention to detail is kind of sick. They were fused, Goten's got his eye like knocked out or whatever. When they defused, they got their both their eyes are still messed up.
No.
Hide this from Mappa? True.
Shouldn't we do that without him being here?
Good point.
You think we lost him?
Seems so.
Can it even see? Where's his eyes?
Focus up, Goten. So, we need a distraction. Something that'll keep his attention away from us.
Well, yeah. What are you thinking of?
We still have that, remember?
Oh, that's right. We do.
We use it to get close, and then we'll target its weak spot with everything we've got. How are you on energy?
Honestly, I don't have much left.
Neither do I. I'll give you whatever I have left to spare. This is it, Goten. This is our last shot. If this doesn't work...
Yeah, I know. Let's do this.
This is fan made? Yes, this is fan made. It's insane. It's crazy. This is the part that gets good though. You took us around that side, I believe you. it's awesome. It's awesome. It's so good. I love this. I love it so much. I love this series so much. I love this series so much. I love this series so much, dog. This is the fan animation, chat.
We did it!
Of course we did.
It's so sick, dog. It's so sick. It's so sick. Have you seen this one? Is this Legends? Yes, we have it open. We just watched it as well. It's equally as sick. It's equally as sick. It's so amazing. And it's just, there's some of the coolest things are dropped out of like fan animations for Dragon Ball. It's, you don't really see this same sort of thing. Maybe I will say for like One Punch Man, you will see fan animations for that as well. Also for like Jujutsu Kaisen, but never to this level, never to this degree of polish. There's so much love put into this series from the fans itself, so far as they make fan mangas, fan animations, fan dubs, right? Dragon Ball is just one of the fan games. It's one of those series that are just like yeah. You think Dragon Ball Z could ever be adapted to live action? Well, no. And let me explain why. Because I believe that a lot of things only work in a animated medium, and I think Dragon Ball is one of those things. Not that it can't be done, but that it will lose something that makes it integral to itself to be converted to a live action. I feel like you can tell a good like live action story that's not Goku, right? Tell us a story about somebody else who lives in the Dragon Ball world in a faraway universe using the same concepts that captures the same adventuring aspect. Maybe OG Dragon Ball would do well or do better, but I don't think Dragon Ball Z can ever be adapted. I don't. You know what I mean? Rest in peace, Toriyama. Dragon Ball was the first manga I've ever read. Its work transcends cultural boundaries. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, man, there's a Dragon Ball fan animation. I was cooking up some One Piece stuff. I can't watch this. It's spoilers, but I'm sure that's the case. But yeah, it's a great series, and also yeah, this is something that oftentimes gets lost even in the games, right? Because when you said the shot I saw. Also, no, you're good. I just don't want to be fully spoiled yet. Is Yajirobe cut off Vegeta's tail, right? The games lose this a lot because they don't like putting Yajirobe in the stupid games, right? So oftentimes they'll have Krillin use the Destructo Disc to cut off Vegeta's tail, but that's not how it happens, right? He's like he's not in any of the new games, which is my point, and it's sad, right? They'll be like, oh, well, Krillin just cut his tail off, right? And so you lose that if you don't like read the manga or even watch the original series, right? Because Yajirobe cut off his tail, right? It's a very powerful moment in the series in which Yajirobe, who's like weak and a coward and it's only human, he uses a freaking sword and he's fat, right? He pulls himself up. He's like, I need to perform here, right? Because Vegeta's super strong and they're losing. And he gives him the opportunity to bring him back, like bring Vegeta back down to their level, right? Yeah, he saves the day. And then the Yajirobe eraser is kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy for sure. But yeah. That's my thoughts on Dragon Ball. It's a great series. Will always be my favorite. Always be my favorite. Yeah, oh, also, one more thing that I would say is this. I remember watching as a kid the DBZ GT rap battles, and it kind of goes hard. All you can find now is like re-uploads because the original creator like got banned or nuked their channel or whatever. But I'm so glad somebody re-uploaded it. I'm sorry, the what? You didn't see it? Okay. I'm gonna let you into like what I saw as a kid, and then we'll move on. We'll get to the Frogan stuff. Hello? Oh, it's muted. I was like, where's the sound? I was about to be so mad if there was no sound.
Yeah, it's the DBZ GT rap battles. Tonight we got Vegeta versus Goku. These two motherfuckers have been at it for a long time, but tonight they will face off in verbal combat. Ready for the countdown. 3, 2, 1, battle.
Kakarot, you are my sworn enemy. To surpass you has been my life's destiny. Try testing me, I completely doubt it. I saw you dressing in your white cheese outfits, and now your name's Goku. Fuck is wrong with ya? You will never be a true Saiyan warrior.
People do weird stuff.
The day I kill you, I can't imagine a sweeter. I know you're still haunted by Imagine Vegeta. You came to Earth, and I slayed your whole crew. You're just jealous I was Super Saiyan before you. You'll never be me, you're just another bitch clone. Only time you're a bad man is in your pink clothes. You lived in my shadow your whole fucking life. I'll be Super Saiyan 10, you will still be stuck at 5. You fail at life, I don't know why you should bother. And fighting a husband, not even a good father. Hold up, DJ, turn that infernal racket off. Why, what is it, Vegeta? Kakarot, I'm sick of this petty
Trying to find out if this or the AMVs are more cringe. They're both cringe.
where warriors for crying
both
out loud.
cringe.
Huh?
That's okay.
Let us transform, Kakarot. As you wish, Vegeta. What level? Super Saiyan 4.
Broly. Like, it's so good. Y'all know that... Okay, sorry. We're done with this right now. Y'all know that, Piccolo died in GT? Like, he straight up died. It doesn't come back. Honestly, hot take, I love GT. I'm a fan of GT. I'm a fan of GT. Yes, he did die with the planet. But that never happens. Love you, direct. Thank you. This was too cool to not like. True. Yeah, GT gets a lot of hate because, again, it wasn't Dragon Ball Z, but also Super is also not Dragon Ball Z. Check what Tectone is doing. What is Tectone doing? All I know about Tectone is that Tectone always talks about like VTubers. What is he doing? Right now wearing a Dragon Ball do-rag and Toriyama over today. I don't have one. That's the thing. Is he just saying like who would win? He's like a versus thing. That's pretty sick. But I do have other things to talk about. Maybe we'll circle back around. Right? We'll circle back around to this as well. Maybe play a little bit of some Dragon Ball games in honor of Toriyama. We're trying to be Dragon Ball, to be honest, in Dragon Ball Z. Yes, and I guess that's the problem that it had, is it tried to be something that it just wasn't. Which is why people hated the Grand Tour aspect of Dragon Ball Grand Tour. But when it started like doing more grounded stuff, I mean, not grounded stuff, but like Baby was kind of cool. People liked Super Saiyan 4. People didn't like Super 17. Not really, which I guess that's fair. People liked Omega Shenron, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. A lot of people liked it, like a lot of aspects of. One of my friends did. I love Super 17. I didn't hate Super 17. I understood what they were going for. I thought it was I thought it was a cool concept that like two versions of 17 fused together to make Super 17. I think execution could have been better though. But I did like that it was the first. I'm pretty sure that's how Goku got Super Saiyan 4. Was from Super 17. And then Vegeta got it from Baby. And then they both fused for not from Baby. No, I'm pretty sure. Did Baby come before? 'Cause I know Goku fought 17 as Super Saiyan 4. You know what I mean? I guess Baby happened before. I don't know where he got it from, honestly. I just knew that there was like a whole thing. Maybe it was before the androids. Okay, thank you. Vegeta got it from Omega Shenron. You're right, for the Blux Wave thing. That was used against Baby Vegeta. It's very confusing, honestly. Anyway, not important. Let's get to... Am I have a link to the Frogan video? Not a big fan of the government. 30 on 30 on 30. Oh, I found it.
We started this podcast because we wanted to.
Okay. We're going to end the Dragon Ball section of the video here. And we're going to get into Frogan's response to Ethan Klein H3H3. And then we'll get into the Hasan Reactgate stuff. And then maybe we'll talk about Biden in the State of the Union. But who really cares about that when Toriyama died? You know what I mean? A few days ago, we did D&D, and now we're doing Dragon Ball. What a great space for nerds and geeks. True. I talk about a lot of stuff. Anime related and stuff. I wish we had better terms to talk about Dragon Ball Z on. But it is a super impactful show for me. And it's great. I love it. But I didn't say the Union was pretty predictable, to be honest. I saw little bits of it before I went out. I went out to eat. But yeah, maybe we'll watch it. Maybe not. Who cares? Who knows? Not who cares. Well, yes, who cares? But who knows?
To highlight the diversity of the Middle East, or the Middle East. We are all Lebanese. Some of us are Lebanese. We're all half Lebanese, essentially. I'm half Lebanese and I'm half Palestinian. I'm also Christian Lebanese and Christian Palestinian. Raf is half Lebanese and half Jewish. Raf is Jewish, and then we have Frogan, who's half Lebanese, half white, but Frogan is Muslim. The reason of the pod was to kind of highlight what it is to be Arab, like what it really is to be Arab. It's not what people really think it is. People
missed it to
tend
go
to
see
think,
Dude and no regrets. Fair. I was also going to go see Dude, but Dude was too long. I Dragon Ball Next Generations too, because I watched it when I was in elementary school. I'm closer to 40 than 30. That's your old. But yeah, rest in peace, Toriyama. We'll do more Dragon Ball talk later, for sure. But I want to get into Frogan's response. There's also got a lot of dislikes. It's got dislike bombed.
this like monolith of like every Arab looks the same or they talk the same, and it's really a very diverse place. I've been to Lebanon for a while. You've been to Lebanon. You've also done Birthright in Israel. So the whole reason we did this pod was to basically open people's minds up to what it could be. Now addressing like the elephant in the room of what's been going on.
Even watch this
with Frogan, kind of want to kick it to Frogan and just kind of tell what's been going on with you lately.
Okay, so for context, 5 years ago in 2019, I went to therapy, and my therapist was a Zionist, and that kind of off-put me from therapy for a very, very, very long time. Recently,
Is it quiet? It's not my fault. It's quiet. I have it as high as.
Finally found a therapist.
I can. I guess I can turn it up a bit, like that.
Therapist that was covered through my insurance, and I made sure to find somebody that was, one, a woman, and two, a person of color, because I had that assumed like empathy between the therapists, that they'll understand like potential discrimination I face as somebody that's an visible Muslim Arab woman. So first session with her was fine. Second session, I delved into social media and the toxic things that happen on social media. She told me that she doesn't really know or care about Palestine because as a black woman, she faces discrimination in America every day. So to her, it's just another place. So I left that session feeling kind of frustrated. And whenever I'm frustrated, I go to Twitter. So I tweeted out a tweet talking about how, I was traumatized from my experience I had with my Zionist therapist back in 2019. And I finally decided to go again. And now it's just like the lack of empathy frustrated me. I didn't think anything of it when I tweeted it. It was just me venting because I don't have like an alt account to vent on. I just tweeted it on main thinking nothing of it. As time progressed throughout the day, people picked up on it, and I started getting accused of dog whistling that the Zionist therapist was a Jewish person. So I put out a tweet that night, like, liberals on social media want to assume and like apply their implicit biases towards Jewish people, that all Jewish people are Zionists, which I don't believe that. So I put a tweet out clarifying that. And I went to bed thinking nothing of it. Next day I woke up, I was going on about my day, and I started getting like spam mentioned about Ethan mentioning me again. And I'm like, oh, great. Like, what could it be? And then one of my friends sent me a clip of Ethan talking about my tweet about my therapist. To be honest, I didn't watch the clip. The last time he went on like the hour rant about me was very traumatic, and I didn't really want to experience that again. So I didn't watch it. I sent it to my friends, Capri and Raph, and you know, I wasn't going to respond to him.
Also not a fan of like watching videos or clips of people being critical of me, even though it doesn't really happen. Honestly, it happens sometimes. But like, I'm just like, yeah, why would I engage with this? You know what I mean? So I totally get that. Also, my freaking do-rag is messing me up. Not a big fan of the government. Not a big fan of the government.
Think about shit that I shouldn't.
But it was like a whirlwind of hate towards me, and accusations of me being anti-Semitic like took over. So I couldn't just sit there and not clear my name. So
it's also important context to understand, chat. Like how many? It's like Frogan's at like 40,000 followers, right, or something on if that, on Twitch. $56,000, right? Ethan has like 3 million. 3 million. You feel me? Like, there has to be some level of responsibility that you have to bear, right? With this like the way that he weaponizes his followers against a smaller creator who can't defend themselves. They can't. Whenever
I was clearing my name, I went into depth about the therapy sessions I had with the therapist that was a Zionist back in 2019. I had 2 sessions with this person. So in the tweet, I was talking about how she brought up me being Lebanese unprompted. Me personally, I didn't know about therapists not asking for your familial background because she asked me straight up where my family's from. So I went on the whole spiel about my dad is a Lebanese immigrant. He left during the 90s, blah, 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 blah. And whenever I was at the session with her, she was like, I'm Israeli. Do you have an issue with that? And that kind of took me aback. I said no whenever she did ask me that. And I was like, you know what? We're just going to carry on because I was at a point in my life where I felt really mentally ill. I just wanted to like start this because I put it off for so long at that point in my life too. But then like things started getting weird between the 2 therapy sessions. She started like talking more about Israel and talking about me resenting Islam, talking about my scarf. And then it got to a point where I was like, you know what? I reversed the question on her. I'm like, okay, I'm Arab. Do you have an issue with that? And she got like, she started laughing. She's like, oh, so now you're reversing this on me? And at that point, I was like, you know what? Therapy isn't for me. I'm done. So after the first therapy session I had, whenever she brought it up, I talked to a couple people, one being my old therapist I had from 2015. She wasn't practicing anymore, which is why I wasn't going to her. So I told her what happened, and she told me that I should get a new therapist. I talked to my mom about it. She told me I should get a new therapist. Talked to like my general doctor. She said I should get a new therapist. And people like, it made me uncomfortable. I'm not going to lie. Like her asking that and like the factors that happened after the fact of her asking, it contributed to, I'm like, you know,
I'm also not a big fan of the government.
A place for me where I feel comfortable talking about my issues and trying to work through things that I previously couldn't. And it just created a weird environment for me. So I tweeted that whole spiel, obviously better worded than what I did right now. And yeah. Now it's just like a fucking mess. I'm getting, now I'm on the anti-Semite page. I'm the face of an anti-Semite page who exposes people as anti-Semitic people, which I'm not. But yeah, I do realize that like anti-Semitism does like people think that anti-Semitism has a root in the pro-Palestinian movement, which it doesn't. There are people, like you said, that make that their whole motive as to why they're pro-Palestine, but they're tainting the movement. People need to realize that when you're pro-Palestinian, it doesn't mean you're anti-Jewish. If anything, conflating Judaism and Zionism is anti-Semitic. You can't just assume all Jewish people are Zionist. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
And those people that use their anti-Semitic tropes to be pro.
It's just like, this is all like, I don't want to say unnecessary because it was necessary for Frogan to defend herself, but like this would not exist as a problem if Ethan didn't like spotlight Frogan for no reason, in order to like, I don't know, satiate his like daily or monthly Islamophobic quota. He has to say something racist every month in order to make people think that he's not truly a leftist. You feel me? Like it's like, it doesn't make any sense why he did that. It makes no sense. Like any person, right? It's like if I went to like a white therapist and I left therapy being like, my racist therapist, right, was asking me where I'm from and was saying that that AAV wasn't real, like a real language or whatever, and asked me if I had a problem with her being white or whatever. And I document that experience and be like, wow, you're saying that you're saying racist, you just mean white. You have a problem with white people. Like, no, if you think that if you think when I say racist, I mean white, you have an issue that you should probably, figure out, because you're making that comparison. I'm not. I'm saying this very individual person is racist, and they just happen to be white. And that's what Ethan's doing, but for Zionists, right? He's saying, oh wow, like he's saying, wow, how dare you, like you just say Jew, that's what you mean, you know what I mean? Like, you don't know the therapist, you don't know the situation. She very well could be a Zionist, and you're running defense for her because the only information that you have is that she is Jewish, Ethan. So like, maybe that's some introspection that you have to do in that moment. And again, none of this would be a problem if Ethan just like did not attack Frogan. Like, why is he like, even in a world where this was an anti-Semitic person or whatever on Twitter, which do exist, right? Ethan doesn't talk about them. Doesn't. You know what I mean? He doesn't. Ethan does not talk about like Jake Shields or I don't know, like what other white supremacist you know what I mean, anti-Semitic accounts that are using Palestine, or like Jason Hinkledink, you know what I mean? Like, Ethan doesn't talk about these people. Ethan doesn't talk about how they are always tweeting about Palestine, but they're truly just hate Jewish people, right? He found time to tweet about Frogan though. So it makes you really have to take a step back and understand why he's singling out Frogan and not like other actual anti-Semitic, accounts who are touting their activism for Palestine. That doesn't make sense to me, right? Unless you add in a layer of, well, Ethan is just a racist person, and he's using this as a way to, be racist and Islamophobic, just because that's who he is. So, I don't know. It's strange. It's strange. It's strange. It's definitely strange. And it is also a wonder how the Canary Mission and Stop Anti-Semitism Now and Ethan are all focusing on only people who are pro-Palestine, right, who are anti-Zionist, right, as opposed to people who are legitimately anti-Semitic. Like, they're not calling out people like, again, Jake Shields or whatever, or freaking, I don't know anti-Semitic people on Twitter. I don't follow them. Right, but other people like that, like, you don't see them pop up on the Canary Mission. You just don't. You don't. You don't. You only see, SJP, member at Columbia University or whatever. You feel me? Or like JVP, like a 19-year-old in JVP pop up on, the Canary Mission, and not like actual anti-Semitic people who are like the Holocaust wasn't real or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it's so strange that their focus is on people who are like, Palestinian, like just not be killed anymore. Right? It's so weird. I also feel bad for the Arab Muslim couple that works for him. I wonder if they still work for him. I think they do. I'm pretty sure. Never see Ethan criticizing this person who's identical followers to Frogan. Oh, this person, yeah, who said, who's like always coming out, like literally will not stop the Holocaust denialism. You feel me? Will not stop with the Holocaust denialism. Ethan just like radio silent. How many followers do they have? 50,000 followers. That's crazy. I'm not even surprised Ethan is running his mouth again. I mean, yeah. Yeah, Ethan's worried about Frogan. Why? Well, because many reasons. Frogan is visibly Muslim. She's Arab. And I think what the bigger reason is, she's close to Hasan. It's part of the proxy war. It's always part of the proxy war. You know what I mean? It's the proxy war because Ethan is mad at Hasan's audience and it was mad at Frogan for Frogan, criticizing him a couple months ago. And he's using Frogan as a way to proxy attack Hasan because he can't attack Hasan. He's scared to attack Hasan. That's it. Is it? So I'm too scared with Ethan. I get why he is, but enough is enough. He's constantly talking about everyone being a Hasan mod. Yeah. Ethan has a large audience though, or no? Yes, but he has crossover. That's the thing. That's the problem. Why would he be scared of Hasan? The crossover. He understands that a lot of his audience watches Hasan, likes Hasan. And if he attacks Hasan directly and Hasan pushes back to any meaningful degree, then he will like lose a portion of that audience. Do you see the clip of yours that was posted on his Reddit? I did not see it.
They say that I'm good enough, grabbing my da-da-da. Think about shit that I shouldn't,
It was just someone stand up for Frogan, not because she needs it, because she deserves to have him in her corner. Yeah. But again, I just don't know what he's saying behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Because if he does publicly like stand up for Frogan and by, extension up to Ethan, that will start the proxy war specifically. Now, did Ethan see that clip or like react to it? No. We would know. People would come in here. I found Hasan for H3 and now I don't watch them. I have a tutor sub to Hasan. Yeah. That will happen more and more likely, or more and more often, because Ethan will lose. Just because didn't he mention for Mona on stream saying she's being targeted because she's a visibly Muslim woman? Yes. But that's not what people mean when they say stand up for Frogan. Right? What they mean is that he should stand up to Ethan on behalf of Frogan. He did mention it, and he did show support on stream. This is true. But that's to a lot of people, especially a lot of people who like are coming in and out of here, don't think that's enough. Right? And so I think the reason why he doesn't do it is because, or he doesn't do it publicly, like he doesn't attack Ethan or whatever, is partially because it's just against his like goal of trying to do outreach to Ethan's audience, but more because he doesn't want to feed into that proxy war with Destiny. Hope he does stuff behind the scenes at least. I think he will. Right, because if Hasan does like engage with this whole thing, like gets into the weeds about Frogan with Ethan and be like, this what she said wasn't actually anti-Semitic, you're misinterpreting what she's saying, and arguing with Ethan on Frogan's behalf, he's engaging with the proxy war. Because in proxy wars, like here, I'm supposed to draw like this, right? It's like you have this is Destiny. And over here you have Hasan, right? And Destiny is using Ethan, right, to attack Hasan. But Ethan can't attack Hasan directly, right? He can't do this. So what he's doing is Ethan is attacking Frogan, who has a connection to Hasan by proxy as well. If Hasan was to then attack Ethan on Frogan's behalf, he would be engaging in the proxy war with Destiny. You know what I mean? He would be by proxy attacking Destiny as well and engaging in that proxy war, right? And so he doesn't do that. You know what I mean? But Ethan doesn't attack Hasan because he knows Hasan's audience, he will lose. Right? So the proxy war is bad for Ethan as well. So it's bad for Ethan, it's bad for Frogan, and it's bad for Hasan. The only person who benefits is Destiny. Right? So it makes sense for Hasan to go in the back end to be like, bro, Ethan, you know what I mean? Leave Frogan alone to try to cut this off. Right? So there is no proxy war, as opposed to publicly engage with the proxy war with Ethan and giving Destiny a plus clout wise. You know what I mean? So it makes sense for as why Hasan would not publicly like debate Ethan on why he's wrong about Frogan. Instead of deal with it, you know, quietly on the sidelines, so you don't give Destiny a win here. You feel me? Best case scenario, Ethan stops attacking Frogan, right? There is no this larger like there is no this line, right? But again, it served Ethan's own purposes to cry about Frogan for this to be a line here anyway. Now that Frogan doesn't just sue Ethan for harassment, money. You think that she will win? Ethan has been successful in litigation numerous times. And Ethan has a lot of money. You know what I mean? So like you would have like Frogan would have to prove if she sues for like, because you can't necessarily sue for harassment. You know what I mean? Harassment is a criminal like statute law, whatever. So you have to be arrested for like harassment. You can't sue for harassment. You have to sue for like defamation of character or something. And then she would have to prove that it was actually damaging to her character. And that is a long legal process. So the question is, Ethan friendly with D? Ethan is friendly with Destiny in as far as he will take stuff that happens in Destiny's community. Right? So Destiny's community will like, let's see, this is like Destiny's community, will cultivate like materials and like stuff of like, oh, this is why Frogan is bad. And will send it to Ethan via his subreddit and via his chat. Ethan will take that information and use that information against Frogan. He does also read Destiny's subreddit. Sure, for sure. And so Ethan would go to Destiny's subreddit to get the information and then bring the information back and use it against Frogan as well. That's what Ethan does. Does he even realize it's coming for D? Yes. Yes, he does. He goes to Destiny's subreddit. He knows Destiny likes to, or his community likes to stoke hate for Frogan, for anything Hasan related tangentially. Right? And like thankfully, like I'm over here, right? I'm over here in my own little separate bubble. And so I am pretty far from these people as it currently stands. That might change in the future. But like that's why we keep things over here. As I found a friend with Ethan, at this point, Ethan has to know Hasan and D's past. Hasan has a goal in order to convert Ethan's audience, which are these people right here. What do you say? EA Sports, Ethan's audience. Hasan's goal is to reach these people who are in proxy connection to Ethan. And so you do what you gotta do. want to change that since you were on a side Reddit. Technically, I was on a splinter Reddit of the Ethan audience of H3 Snark. Of why H3 is bad now. And I was on that. So I guess I'm tangentially related. But again, it's still not enough for me to be like, I'm still like a bunch of degrees away from like the Destiny community over here. The DGGers. So right now I'm chilling.
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
Yeah.
Sweetener
We're 7.5 minutes in this video. Sweetener, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated.
Like I said,
Is
tainted.
Ethan a POS to QD as well? He's definitely building quite the rep. Yes. And he's a bad person. I said it before. I think Ethan is a bad person. Was that related to Pokemon? What do you mean? When you go 100K viewer Andy, you can't be ignored? That's funny. Oh, yes. It's this clip.
Most down bad comment you've ever heard. Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
It's that clip. One of these days, I'll meet Pokemon. One of these days, I'll meet Pokemon. One of these days.
And that's not me. I don't believe that at all. Whenever we
This is crazy. We're not gonna lie. That Poke call last night was uncalled for, bro. We'll get to it as well. China's like half the views in this clip. You are correct. 200 views. Yeah, 100 of those are me. Denim's is my African princess. Is Denim's from Africa? Oh. I thought Denim's was Turkish.
I want everybody to coexist.
Rocco? Also,
I don't
I
want
think
people.
Is Denim's not
I don't want it
Turkish?
to be one side or the
No?
other.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I'm Palestinian. You know,
Who's Turkish? She's Arab. I don't know where. Denim's is Egyptian, if I recall correctly. She's Egyptian / Moroccan. She is Turkish. I could just ask Denims, honestly. Yeah, I could just DM Denims. Yeah, I'm kind of like that. I'm kind of about that.
Saying free Palestine my whole life. I mean, I tweeted like
Everyone is
before that
Turkish?
happened.
True.
I don't know, like a month. I tweeted a picture of me just with free Palestine before anyone knew about this stuff. Also, I've had the Lebanese flag. I've taken it out of my bio, the Palestinian flag, multiple times because of hate. Just so you guys know. You know, I know that there are bad people in every movement. But like me personally, as a Palestinian, I just want one country, no religion, coexisting, walls taken down, everyone work together.
As it was before.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
That's the thing too, is that, you know, Palestinians, Christian Palestinians, Muslim Palestinians, Jewish Palestinians all live together in harmony, like they really did. And it wasn't until the Nakba where everybody was starting to get pushed out, and it was becoming a Jewish monolith, a Jewish union. And it bothers me when I see people just want to go.
Ashton was out and got banned from chat. Deserved, honestly.
Oh, they're anti-Semitic. I mean, for me, it's such a cop-out. And so when I see, you know, people conflating Judaism and Zionism to being the same thing, it's totally, it hurts me a lot, because I'm like, I'm not a Zionist and I'm Jewish. So does that make me less of a Jew than everybody else? Am I less a part of that culture again because I don't believe in Zionism, which is a political movement from the government of Israel, and not like a real Jewish practice? So it's just, it's mind-boggling to me that people make the comparison, and it's mind-boggling to me that people are just like ready with pitchforks and knives to find an enemy in this who has nothing to do with what's actually going on.
A lot of people, like on Twitter, were wondering, like, you're not even Palestinian. Why do you even care what's happening so much? And I feel like a lot of people don't realize that, like, even though like we're all Lebanese, Capri's Palestinian, Even growing up, our families were affected by the government of Israel. Like my dad fled the war in the 90s. He grew up in it.
The Lebanese Civil War. Was
Yeah.
because of it, you know.
And like even now, like with everything happening in Palestine, Lebanon is being affected too. South Lebanon is being bombed right now.
I don't understand why people. I mean, I know people are disliking it because like it's Frogan and they have like been primed to hate Frogan. Like, oh, you're a terrorist supporter or whatever. But like, what has Frogan said in this video so far that people are like, you know, that's invalid. You know what I mean? That's not. You know what I mean? That's an invalid. You know, descriptor of like the situation. Like I don't get it. I think did I miss that? I don't know.
Race. Capri and I are from southern Lebanon.
Yeah.
So it's like the first political issue you learn as an Arab, what the government of Israel has done to the region. So one thing I feel like whenever everything happened in October, we all were educated on what already happened. We didn't have to get the run up of information.
All that confusion and the
yes.
stuff that's coming from people now trying to understand what's going on. It's not there because it was there all the time, the whole time.
Yeah, I mean it's a political movement. Like personally, behind the scenes, I've been trying to help as much as I can. I honestly, I kind of gave up on it for a while. I was like, fuck it, dude. Like, there's nothing we can do. Like, we're gonna die in the dark, and there's nothing we can do, and nobody gives a shit. And now I'm seeing like all these political people like jump in, and it's like, hey man, like, cool. This is our life. Like, this isn't fucking content, you know. Even the stuff that's going on with you and Ethan. I mean, these are everyone's a real person. This isn't content.
No, and like the thing is, I used to love Ethan. I used to consume his content. I used to watch his podcasts.
Yeah, me too.
But like after him going after me in October, like I haven't watched his content anymore. Like I don't want to like sound dramatic, but I just can't like stomach it anymore. Like I just don't want to
that's fair.
associate.
He was actually like personally one of my like the favorite.
Yeah, and I just like don't want to associate that or anymore because it's like kind of triggering in that sense.
No,
So with this happening all over again, I'm just like,
yeah.
What sucks is
sorry, this is entirely separate. I'll comment on that as well. Did Brianna Wu ever tweet about Frogan again? Did I miss that? I sorry, I was just scrolling on Twitter because I was looking for something specific. I saw Brianna Wu pop up again. I hope not, but she has to be blocked. He says she's going to tweet about it during like Twitter prime time or whatever. Also, I'm still unblocked, so. She's tweeting out Hasan. Ooh. She does need to tweet less. Honestly, my advice to her is the same advice that I've always had. She just needs to tweet less. But no, she never tweeted about it again. She just deleted it. Show tweets? No.
It's like we were talking about this. It's like, how do you prove a negative? It's like, I'm not, you know, like.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? What am I gonna show like a whole family picture roll of all the Jewish people that I have on my phone? Like, you can't do that, you know. So like when you make it sucks because it's just kind of like whoever says the information first is automatically correct, you know.
Yeah.
So with Ethan using his platform and just saying what he did, I mean, he could have said it. Don't get me wrong, he could have said it and totally not have said your name, and then this might have happened, but not as large as it is right now. But to deliberately go out of his way to say your name and then put that accusation on your name. It's
Like, again, I just, when tweets we're looking at, yeah, I know what you meant. I'm not showing Brianna Wu's tweets. I refuse. You can look up her Twitter online if you want to. It's just too many tweets. Too many tweets, dog. There's too many of them. But yeah, I want you to truly think for a second. What did Ethan gain by name dropping Frogan, right? Like, what did he gain? Does he truly think he's exposing real anti-Semitism, right? By being like, Frogan called her therapist a Zionist. She's an anti-Semitic person. Like, does he truly think that, like, what does he think he's doing there? Like, even if that was the case, it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. It does not make sense for him to go after Frogan, and again, not like Jake Shields or other Nazis who are actually anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? Like, yes, he got her targeted by the anti-Semitic account. I don't think that was necessarily his goal, particularly outside of, like, you know, just like exposing her. But again, what do you gain? She's not a Nazi. Even if you think it's like bad form or whatever, she's not a Nazi. You cannot legitimately sit here and you think that Frogan's a Nazi, right? So I'm exposing a Nazi or whatever. No. Again, it's well within Frogan's right to say that her therapist was a Zionist. That's not for Ethan to decide. Ethan is another therapist. But like, it just feels very weird. It feels very, you know what I mean? Very strange.
So it's bewildering to me, and it's honestly, it's heartbreaking because it's like, that's not true, but how are we going to defend ourselves and how are we going to fight this? It's kind of what's going on in the world today. You know,
there's no way we can, like he does on Frogan. Well, think about it. Would you yell in the mirror every morning? Would that make you feel better? Or would it be better to yell at conservatives? Why would Ethan yell in the mirror? Ethan fans are liberals, and liberals are exactly what Malcolm X said they were. He's all about her because the thinks Hasan fans are targeting him. Yes, I think that's predominantly what it is. Right? I don't think Ethan is attacking Frogan because Ethan is a Zionist. Not saying he's not, but I don't think that's why he's attacking Frogan. I pull up the sheet again. He's attacking Frogan because of Frogan's association with Hasan. That's it. That's the main reason. It's a proxy attack for Hasan. You know what I mean? He's mad that Frogan and the Hasan mods were calling him out when the chat was in emote only mode, and he got a bunch of fake chats from Destiny's community being like, "This is what Hasan's community was saying about you" or whatever, and he's mad and he's petty and he wants to yell at Hasan, but he can't yell at Hasan because he knows he will lose if he goes after Hasan. So he goes after the smaller Hasan. That's what he's doing. He's going after the Hasan that is a creator. He's not like another audience member. He's not like a chatter, right? Because he gets no play out of that. He gets no content out of that. But he was like, this is a smaller streamer who's also a Hasan mod, and they're being anti-Semitic or whatever. He gets a lot of clicks, right? Because that's what he's used to. He's not used to calling out Nazis. He's not. He's used to calling out SJWs when he was anti-SJW, and then like Keemstar or whatever, and other like morally reprehensible people. But he never made it a thing to like call out like political adversaries. So he's positioning it as this is another creator, and we're just calling out another creator. This is exactly what I did with Keemstar or whatever, right? And his creator just happens to be associated with Hasan.
Fight and defend ourselves unless we are put in this position where we have to fight back. And I'm like, why should we even be in that position just because of something someone said?
What's crazy is like Frogan's story is not something that's unheard of.
It's not unheard
we
of.
already knew about the story because we were talking about it. We were talking about the story. You're like, I don't want to go. Or like, just go.
Wait, chat, you
They're
didn't
not
know
like
this? You didn't see this? We looked at this when we talked about Ethan last week. I brought up.
You said, "Show me a Jew," and
Well,
I didn't
dude,
just.
No, show me a Jew screaming from the river to the sea. You showed me a tweet. I mean, on Twitter, people.
Here. I found it.
Themselves in America using this anti-Zionist slogan indicates that this slogan isn't one that is about the evisceration of
Listen,
Jews. If
dude,
that was the case, then they
no.
wouldn't use it.
There was Jewish collaborators with fucking Nazis. that
Ethan,
were
don't do
informers.
that, please. Don't say that the Jews' voice for peace are akin to capos. Like that's.
I'm telling you that the mere existence of Jewish voices is not a leg to stand on. I don't understand that.
But
Of course,
you,
there's
but
going to
you're
be
failing. But
Israeli
you're.
Jews.
But the most important component here,
It's
the
like you're
most important
tokenizing
component
a
here is
few
that
Israelis. It seems silly.
what, Ethan?
You're like, here, check out my Israeli. He says it.
That's not.
Then I don't find it a good point.
Well, I will explain to you why it's not a comparison.
Honestly, now that I watched this one more time after watching the stream yesterday, it's very similar. It's very similar. It's so similar the way that Ethan is operating here and the Dark Viper fan yesterday was operating during the React Gate situation. It's the same thing. Do you see what I'm saying, chat? It's debate broism. It's debate broism in the brain. It is. They have like a line of checkpoints or talking points that they have to always fall back on. And no matter what point you drop to refute it, right? It's always, I don't like your logic. I don't think this is a good analogy. Well, you're not getting what I'm saying. It's it. If you ever take a step back to actually evaluate the argument, you will realize that, maybe I'm not correct here, but they don't do that. They can't do that. They can never take a step back. Right? They can never concede an inch because conceding an inch is like losing a mile in a debate, right? And we will watch the Hasan Dark Viper fan debate after this because you see it at a moment where Hasan concedes one thing that had no bearing on his point and the dude ran with it, right? The dude ran with it. You feel me? It was like, we'll look at it, but it was like basically, he was like, do you think, or do you at least concede? Can we at least agree on, when they say, can we at least agree on, you never agree on whatever they say. Can we at least agree on that you have more eyes on your content when you watch React content? And Hassan was like, I mean, sure. He's like, I got you. And now throughout the entire debate, right, it's always, well, you actually agreed on me on this one point. You agreed on me on this one point. You said that your content goes up when you watch debate content. Therefore, you're exploiting everybody, right? And that's all it is, right? And that's all it is. Ethan does concede a little bit, though. He walked back his absolute insane points. Yes. Does he truly concede? Like, besides for the sake of argument or for like pivoting to a different point? Maybe, right? But do I think he's actually like changed his mind in a meaningful capacity? No. Like, if you ask Ethan today what his thoughts on From the River to the Sea, I guarantee is going to be the exact same that he had here. Right? He won't say that like JVP are, equivalent to like Nazi collaborators. He won't make that comparison, but he will say that it's still an anti-Semitic phrase, and you shouldn't say it because Jewish people don't like when you say it. You know what I mean? But yeah,
be good for you.
It'd be fine. Yeah, it's gonna be good for you. And I'm like, even with my therapist, he said stuff like, I love my therapist. He's great, but he said stuff to me that I'm like, dude, like that's like you
or
don't,
Black
like,
Confederate
is this in your
supporters.
culture? You guys do this? I'm like, no, it's not my culture. Oh, dude, I was born in California. You
Right,
know what I'm saying? Like,
Between the two of you and sometimes me, like when we do tweet about this particular thing, we tweet from a very emotional and angry place, and a lot of the times a very logical place as well, and it gets misconstrued as we have no like understanding about anything else that's going on, which is just not true. The problem is that we understand literally everything that's going on, and we're not afraid to like really kind of come out and say it, because I'm Jewish and I'm pro-Palestine, but does that make me to see people like even assume that I'm anti-Semitic towards my own people is fucking awful.
I saw you going in with someone, and
I'm like, and I'm not the person who tweets back. I don't do that. I'm like, all right, they're gonna talk their shit no matter what's gonna happen.
And also, like, keep in mind, it's not about expecting anything from Ethan, right? Like, nobody's expecting anything from Ethan, like, really at all. However, you are allowed to be critical of Ethan for his bad takes, whether or not you have low expectations or not. You feel me? That's the point. Like, I'm not coming at this from a perspective of like, oh, well, Ethan just like, I thought Ethan was pro-Palestine, but he's not. Wow, he's really disappointed in me or whatever. Like, it's not disappointing, right? Like, I'm not disappointed in Ethan because I didn't expect anything more from Ethan. Some people might have, right? Like H3 fans might have had an expectation. I don't, never did. But when he does something bad, I will call him out for it. 100%.
They're always going to say whatever. I can't please anybody on the internet. On the internet, no matter if you're in the right, you're wrong 100% all the time.
Yeah.
So, I finally blew up on a couple of people, and I'm like, dude, this is like just bullshit. I'm not any less of a person of my culture than you are. You're doing this. I can't even like really put into words what's going on, because it's
so
like,
frustrating too, because they make the number one, like a lot of the stuff is like it's hateful and racist, because what they'll do is they'll be like, you're Muslim, you're Muslim, you're Muslim,
right?
And I'm like, no,
not at all.
None of us. I'm like, me and Raph are. I'm Christian. Raph's Jewish.
Yeah, and I even have Christian. I have Jewish and Christianity on both sides.
So I'm like, again, like, why are you guys making that assumption? And it's just because, oh, Arab, haha, Muslim, and it's frustrating, because then I go like, hey, I'm Christian, then I'm equivocating it, then I'm putting Frogan down in the process. Like, well, I'm not actually Muslim, and it makes me feel like I'm distancing myself from Frogan.
Right.
And I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to educate people to be like, hey, man, like one of the lies I hear is like all the Christians were pushed out by the Muslims, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
I mean, is there anything else we want to address about this?
Did we miss anything?
No, I think that we'll just move on and do the regular episode. I think that's it.
Your hat looks fucking weird.
The whole time? Why didn't nobody tell me?
True. That's that segment. The full VOD is pinned right now, chat. I highly recommend you go and watch it. They talk about iCarly, which is sick. I love iCarly. But yeah, I don't like that this had to have even been a thing. I don't like that Frogan had to have even addressed this in the first place. Maybe Ethan will like shut up. Will he? No, but like maybe he will, and maybe this won't be a problem in the future. But again, I have to point out that it's just debate broism. It's debate broism. It's debate broism, and debate broism is
They say that I'm good enough. Grabbing my
bad.
Think about shit that I shouldn't.
It's bad because this is where it leads you. Or if it doesn't lead you here, it'll lead you to
Think about shit that I shouldn't.
to this place.
Worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in
All
a
right,
century.
shut your mouth, Joe Biden. What do you mean, John? What are you guys talking about now? Well, what I want to talk about is the fact that we're only 12 follows away from 11,000. So if you're lurking and you haven't followed yet, I recommend you follow. Or the middle of the hour ad break that I had already run 30 minutes ago, and I missed it because I was talking about something. But I'm going to run another ads in the middle. And you're going to see the ads if you're not subscribed in the middle of the hour. I don't make the rules. Well, actually, I do. And the rule that I'm making is we're going to run the ad. Here's the ad. We'll wait for you guys. Don't worry. Here, I dropped the song real quick. I want to make this a alert, chat.
Let me speak to the people, Piccolo. Let me speak. No one's stopping you. They need to hear this. 30. They need to hear this. One thing. I'm not a big fan of the government. 30 on 30. I'm not a big fan of the government. 30 on 30 on 30. I'm not a big fan of the government. 30, 30, 30. I'm not a big fan of the government. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the government. I'm not a big fan of the government. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the government. The government. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan.
Bro, the microphone being bad is just makes it so much better. I need those eardrums anyway. It was a lot louder than I thought it was going to be. Here, I'll make it louder even. All right, full blast volume. This is your volume warning, chat. Mute your volumes.
Let me speak to the people, Piccolo.
That was a lot louder than I expected it to be. Okay. I did give you a warning. I gave you a warning. We need this bass boosted for sure.
Let me speak. No one's stopping you. They need to hear this. 30. They need to hear this. One thing. I'm not a big fan of the government. 30 on 30. I'm not a big fan of the government. 30 on 30. I'm not a big fan of the government. 30, 30, 30. I'm not a big fan of the government. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the government. I'm not a big fan of the government.
So stupid. Rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. Rest in pieces, Akira Toriyama. Because we are not big fans of the government. 30 on 30 on 30. Wait, is your sub Nodi? I'd be so happy. How do I download this? 30 on 30 on 30. What part should I make the Nodi, chat?
They say that I'm good enough, grabbing my da-da-da. Think about shit that I shouldn't,
I'm not a big fan of the government. 30 on 30. 30 on 30 on 30. What do you mean Adobe Audition doesn't exist? Where's my Adobe Audition? I'm not a big fan of the government. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a... Oh, wait. I did clear out my hard drive. Do I have Audacity? I don't. Does Windows have a MP3 editor? Wait. Clip Champ. Not a big fan of the government. That's for on Mac. Where does it see? Does this look like a Mac to you? VLC. VLC is a player. It's not an editor. I'm not a big fan of the government. Let me turn this down before I play it because I think it will be loud. Here, just in case, we're turning it down.
Let me speak to the people, Piccolo.
I turned it down 12 decibels and it was still that loud. I don't even want to imagine how loud it could have been, chat. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened if I pressed play there.
Let me speak to the people, Piccolo. Let me speak. No one's stopping you. They need to hear this. 30. They need to hear this.
One thing, I'm not a big fan. How do I cut on this? Of the government. How do I snip this? Oh, split S.
One thing, not a big fan of the government. 30 on 30. Not a big fan of the government. 30 on 30. 30 on 30. Not a big fan of the government. 30 on 30.
Good enough for me. Export. I'm not a big fan of the government. Want me to send this and do it as audio? No. 30 on 30 on 30. Here, we'll figure it out later. I have it downloaded right now. Okay. Now it's time. Hello? Here. Oops, I didn't mean to add it as a bookmark. Actually, no, it's gonna stay as a bookmark. I think it's funny. Yes, we're gonna watch. Sure, watch this. Wait, is this one of the Vietnamese channels? How'd you pull the audio from it? The TikTok downloader? Because I'm not a big fan of the government. Okay, this is a real channel. Never mind. Okay, we're good. We're good. So, okay, what are we doing? A chatter called into Hasan's stream yesterday. And in doing so, they debated on reacts. That's the context. We're just going to play it.
I mean, as a leftist, you claim to be one at least yourself. You also have an issue with
as a fake leftist because I
Bro, what is going on? What is going? Bro, what? Hello? Hello? Why is that? I have to restart my computer. Not right now. Later. But man, that's annoying. Sorry.
First off, you're asking me why I have an issue with it. I mean, as a leftist, you claim to be one.
We can hear you? No, not y'all. Sorry. I meant myself. There's a problem that I have with whatever. It's fine.
At least yourself. You also have an issue with
as a fake leftist because I watch YouTube
in my
videos.
opinion. Anyway, okay, you're right. I shouldn't have said that.
You're right.
That's my bad.
Leftism is when you don't watch YouTube videos. You're correct. Go on. Your YouTube videos are all one-sided rants of people who have no way of defending themselves because your audience is 50 times bigger. My audience is not 50 times bigger than Ben Shapiro's audience. I don't know who you are referencing that I have ever criticized that is like 50 times smaller than me. That's another factually incorrect statement. That's motivated by a lot of anger and resentment. You're doing the thing.
That guy is just a young kid that doesn't get it. Plus, he talking about a business you don't partake in is ignorant. Yes. Yes, I saw Dark Viper talking about it on Twitter. We will get to that as well because I think it's
basically
funny.
Claiming I'm doing right. What arguments do you presented? You literally went sarcastic on me and pretended to be a righty because you know you were two-faced and I called you out on it. Wait, what? What accountability have you done here? Like, you're in here. You obviously have a position.
I'm not a big
you
fan
obviously
of the
disagree
government.
With mine. What is the accountability that you've brought here, in your opinion? What is the disagreement that you have, for example, with anything that I've talked about? Use this as an opportunity to present something that I've done that you are frustrated with instead of angrily lashing out. But many people don't do that. And they stay at, you're just a meanie bobini and I don't like you. And that's fine. You don't have to like me. That is perfectly normal. I would despise someone who is talking about like making people's lives better or talking about labor all the goddamn time, who himself now is very, very comfortable. Okay? I get it. Being resentful towards rich people especially is healthy. Okay? Not a
The call yesterday was wild because he started off reacting labor. We'll get to all of that as well.
bad thing. But make sure you channel your anger towards those who actually make your life worse. I don't care about you being comfortable. I care about you being two-faced, claiming you care about the workforce, yet literally publicly abusing hard workers. Wait, no, this is actually...
But okay, so I want to start like keeping track of the points that he's making. He says, I don't care about you being comfortable. I care about you being two-faced, claiming you care about the workforce, yet literally publicly abusing hard workers. So his point is that Hasan abuses, I assume, the video essayists or YouTubers that he reacts to by watching their videos, right? And I assume that he's going to then go into how he thinks Hasan facilitates that abuse, right?
This is really interesting. Who is a hard worker that I've publicly abused? Maybe he thinks I'm someone else. I don't know. Is this all just like me watching people's videos? Is that what this comes from? You're stealing labor from people.
Okay, when he said this, I had no idea what he was talking about. I was in chat. I did not get it, right? I had no clue what he was talking about, right? Until Hasan was like, is it because I watched YouTube videos? I was like, oh, is this Reactgate stuff again? Like, literally, it made no sense. It made no sense.
I think I'm currently stealing Folding Ideas labor right now. This is a video that came out on August 22nd, 2015. Do you feel like this right here is not an ethical and perfectly derivative way of reacting to someone else's video? I will triple the runtime of this video in and of itself. I'm using an 8-year-old video that will breathe fire back into it potentially due to the 20,000 people that are currently watching it and will go back and rewatch it. You don't think it's ethical. Many of the YouTubers I watch, almost all of them actually now that I watch, will think it is perfectly fine and they welcome it. You are angry on behalf of people regardless of what their own personal opinions are on the matter. You've probably watched other YouTubers who I have never watched or have apologized for watching in the past, probably around 2 to 4 years ago. I remember back then, I certainly did watch some people's YouTube videos, or at least one guy's videos that got very mad at me. I apologized to them immediately and said I will never watch their videos ever again. And yet that still snowballed into something much larger. I wish you weren't such a pussy about this stuff. Wish you had the balls to discuss, to have a proper discussion with someone through Discord. I've already told you that I do not care about the individual person's consent. It doesn't matter. For example, what you're doing is this. I'm going to try to give you an analogy here. Two people are engaging in an act of consensual sex. Both parties have...
Did it was a debate, bro, and was just uninterruptive and just flat out rude? Yes. This is what happens when you do debates with no debate quorum. Or decorum, not quorum. Not a big fan of the government. 30 on 30.
Consented. You, from the sidelines, is saying, I do not consent. I do not consent to this consensual ethical act of sexual intercourse where both parties are deriving pleasure out of.
It's not even just like about being paid in exposure, right? Because as a YouTube creator, you are actively seeking out, right, somebody to like watch your video to get promotion. That is what self promo has become such a common thing on the internet, right? It'd be more as though instead of somebody coming to you and being, yo, dude, I want you to paint this for me and I'll shout you out, right? But instead, some like an artist painting a picture or painting a painting or whatever, it was like, I want this to be put in museums, and then going to different museums to be like, can you put my art in your thing? And they're like, no, go somewhere else. Can you put my art in your museum? No, go somewhere else. Can you put my art in your museum? Yeah, sure, we'll hang your art in our museum. We'll give you a little plaque saying this is what your art is. They do it, and now they are like being notarized, but being like a museum-worthy artist, right? Is that artist then being exploited by the museum, or is it a mutually beneficial relationship for the museum to have new and a variety of art, and also beneficial for the artist to be represented in the museum as well, right? It'd be stupid to be like that museum who was approached by the artist, right? To be like, you know, can you show my art in your museum, is now therefore exploiting the artist for doing exactly what the artist asked them to do, right? And it's not the same as like a factory worker. A factory worker is not like, please, my lord, take away half of my paycheck and buy a new Lamborghini with it. That's not what they're doing. You know what I mean? It's just not. Sure, I agree that it's different. I just think that it's similar enough for a baby brain to understand this way. Ultimately, it's more akin to mutual promotion. In the road is a natural history museum in the UK that came over and yoinked the piece. Yeah, and that's just not how it works. That's just not how content creation works. It's not. In most cases, if he was talking about that, right, I think Hasan would even agree that, you know, watching a video of somebody who doesn't want it to be reacted to is wrong, or watching a video when it just came out is wrong, right? Because you are, you know, like creating a market substitute or whatever. That is a better like analogy or a better criticism of React content. However, because we understand generally that it's probably not good, and people have stopped doing that type of reaction content, right? Then people need to find a new way to be like anti-react. You know, it ends up being all artists whose art isn't in the museum are the ones actually being exploited. Yes, this is what he does say. He's saying the market itself is being exploited because you are stealing the eyeballs for people who would have otherwise went to like Artist Alley in the street and actually looked at other people's art. That's what his take is. His take is that by highlighting a smaller artist who asked for their work to be put in a museum, you are stealing eyes from other smaller artists who didn't ask for their work to be put in the museum. You're making the market worse because now there are less people viewing art in the street. You know what I mean? That's what his take is. And it's a stupid take. It's dumb because there's no guarantee that the people would have been in watching or looking in the art on the street in the first place. There's no guarantee that people would have left work and went into Artist Alley to go see other people's art, right? If it was a government mandated Artist Alley time and you created the museum to be an aggregator of artists, you know, work, then maybe you'd have a better argument, but that's literally just not the case. You know what I mean? It's literally not the case. Not everybody is in the market at the same time. You know what I mean? Not everybody is always in the market for content. Let's continue.
So it should not be done. You are a Karen in simplest terms. You are smarmy and annoying for someone else who is already enjoying the process. This is the issue. There is no way that you can debate with someone who personally turns around
I was literally commenting in chat is how there are videos or creators who I would never discover if I didn't react to them. That's not even his argument though. You know what I mean? Hey, it's true, but that's not even his argument. His argument is that he doesn't care if you never saw people's videos. He doesn't care if it's beneficial for the creator and for Hasan. He's saying that in some hypothetical world that you, if Hasan wasn't watching that content, would be watching other people's content, which is just not the case. That's not how it works. That is like directly like just not how content creation works, right? It disregards the idea that people watch Hasan just because it's Hasan. At 2 o'clock, Hasan goes live, and it doesn't matter where people are before or what Hasan's doing, people will go watch Hasan. You know what I mean? People aren't like, oh, well, Hasan's watching like this random video, and I was like, you know, watching this other person's content, but now that Hasan's watching like Tier Zoo, it's time to, I'm never gonna watch Tier Zoo by itself, but now it's time to go watch Hasan or whatever. Like, that's not even like a majority amount of people that does that. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
I'm sorry, although both parties have consented, I do not consent to them consenting. I'm not beating around the bush. I'm trying to explain how you are wrong, but you are refusing to understand it. Possibly because
His take is that Dark Viper is being exploited when Hasan watches a boy video with them as guests. Yes, that's his take. He's saying it's at its core a almost conceited argument that you believe that if somebody like, oh well, if Hasan wasn't here, I'd have a bajillion viewers. You know what I mean? The only reason why I don't have a bajillion viewers is because Hasan and XQC and Charlie and Trainwrecks and all these streamers are stealing all of our viewers. That's why I'm not famous right now, because Hasan steals all of my views. It's all it is. That's literally all it is. It's what it is for Dark Viper as well. You know what I mean? And he's a pretty successful YouTuber, right? But still, he feels as though he's entitled to viewers, and he feels as though Hasan is directly stealing viewers from him, even if they have different markets and different audience captures, and go like or make content at different times and different types of content. He just feels as though Hasan is directly stealing from him, and he deserves to have more viewers, and he's not having more viewers because Hasan is alive. That's it. Domesticated Cat, thank you for the 3-month in advance subscription. Much appreciated. Also,
Domesticated_cat just resubscribed for 3 months.
Easy. 11K, baby. Far cry from the 5K we were at like 2 months ago. Real socials would share their wealth by forcing people to watch other people's content, like Plato in the cave.
Was the worst analogy I could have used. I assume that if you are in here getting this upset at something,
this Viper guy
saying that you don't care,
you know what?
about
I'll talk about it because this is my stream, and like it's not really a problem. It's Dark Viper AU. He's a YouTuber who makes GTA not RP content, GTA content, like speedrunning content or whatever. He has 1.5 million subscribers. And he's still doing it, bro. He's still doing it, bro. 100,000 views. How people lie to defend reactors? You know what I mean? 500K. How do creators justify being exploited by reactors? Like, he fires off of it. He does. I want to know. I'm kind of curious about.
I honestly wish that I had a quick soundbite that could instantly communicate to you the harm of reaction content, but I don't. Reaction.
So I mean, you know why he does. He got 100,000 likes here in January. So not much. I just want to see, because my take is like, how is he mad at somebody who asked to be reacted to? Right? I don't get that. That doesn't make sense to me. How are you mad if I'm like, Hasan, react to my video about black people? You know what I mean? That doesn't make sense to me. Yes, we talked about the H3 stuff already. It's in the section before this section in the VOD. So he's not going to use any other creator's content in this video. I mean, he does.
But ever since my Riot MMO videos blasted off, things got a lot more interesting. I got to collect some interesting data, which I am going to present to you. And I'm going to show you how exactly people reacting to my videos affected my channel.
So hopefully you can see the problem. Nukrit's interest is not in how React content farms impact the creator ecosystem, how the growing number of Asmongold-like channels spamming out 10 videos a day can impact—
Like, you can't quantify that. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. That's such a stupid argument. Because the argument used to be, right, 2 years ago, the argument used to be, right, oh, well, reacting is bad because it harms the creator's video itself, right? You remember that, chat? I'm pretty sure I can go back into this idiot's videos and see him say the exact same thing, right? In that, oh, the video is bad because it harms the video because it's a competing market for the video. Like literally, I guarantee he said the exact same thing before, right? But now, because people have been more okay with reacting to videos because it is beneficial for a smaller creator to be reacted to, now he's like, it's bad for the creator ecosystem as a whole. Like, you can't quantify that. You literally cannot quantify that. It's purely vibes based. It's purely vibes based. You know what I mean? The crib was thankful to Asmon, by the way. Yeah, I know. I saw the video. We watched the video last time we talked about this. But Asmongold is literally doing the meme of like, Asmon's like, I can sit. The crit's like, I can sit. And Dark Viper was like, I don't. I don't consent. Is there somebody you forgot to ask? You forgot to ask me, Dark Viper AU, if it was okay for you to watch his video.
That I'm good enough. Think about shit that I shouldn't.
creators' ability to survive and grow in a world of limited eyeballs, advertising space, and time to watch videos at all. It is simply, was my video impacted specifically by the re-upload of it? It is as meaningful as judging the system of slot machines based on a single spin, unless you can find a way to argue that your results can be extrapolated, but unfortunately, Nukrit does not even try to.
Like, that's stupid. It's like, it's none of your business. Here's what I'll say. I don't care. Even if it had a terrible impact on the market as a whole. You, as a third-party separate creator, do not get to have a say in it. YouTube, as the arbiter of the content, does not also get to have a say in it. You don't get to have a say. If I say, Hasan, I want you to react to my video, and Hasan says, cool, I will react to your video, you as a separate person do not get to have a say in who can react to my video and who can't. You don't get to say. What makes you believe that you get to be the arbiter of what type of content somebody can make off of my content? If I'm fine with it and I'm okay with it, who are you to say that you have a problem with it? That makes no sense to me. It makes no sense. Morongo does argue it not work at all if the creator who allows a streamer to react to their video sees an influx of views. Wouldn't it also mean that there are people bringing additional videos if they watch it in its entirety? No, his argument is not about the individual creator. He's saying that he doesn't care about the individual creator, which is why I wanted to watch this video, because it's the exact same take the chatter had, right? His take is that it's beneficial for the creator, it's beneficial for the streamer, but the streamer watching that video makes the content better. Here, I'll draw it out again, right? Let's say it's Hasan and it's creator. Creator watches a video, makes a video, Hasan watches the video. The creator has an audience of like viewers around them as well. Like, see, it's Curtis Connor video. And so Hasan watches the Curtis Connor video, and Hasan has his own audience of viewers around him, right? And then is now capturing this audience of Curtis Connor viewers around him as well. Dark Viper is saying this situation is a problem because these viewers that Hasan is capturing could potentially be watching, you know, freaking Jarvis. You know what I mean? They could also be a Jarvis viewer, and they could be watching Jarvis, but now they're watching Hasan instead. And that's why it's harmful to the ecosystem. It's a stupid argument because there's literally no way to quantify if this viewer would have been watching Jarvis, if this viewer would be, you know, sleeping or eating or working or whatever, or what harm it has to Jarvis as well. There's literally zero way to quantify if this viewer would have been watching Jarvis. There's no way of knowing. And so we are quite literally just speculating the harm that could potentially be had to random creator over here if this person is watching Hasan, right? Because we have no way of knowing if this one viewer, I make them pink actually, right? We have no way of knowing if this pink viewer is a Hasan watcher habitually, right? B, currently in the market for YouTube, right? There's no way of knowing if they are already a Hasan watcher and whether or not they are, you know, would have been watching Hasan regardless. 2, currently in the market for another YouTube video from like Jarvis. 3, even knows who Jarvis is regardless, so that they could be watching Jarvis in the first place. Or 4, right, like if they even enjoyed the Curtis Connor video in the first place. There's no way to quantify, and out of all of this information, right, whether or not this individual viewer would stay in the market, would be in the market for another YouTube video, would not have gone to Hasan in the first place, or went to Hasan because Hasan was watching the Curtis Connor video. There's literally no way to quantify that. And so because you cannot quantify that, right, you cannot dictate or say that there is specific harm done, right, because of that concept. You can't. You can't. You know what I mean? You cannot. It's literally, you can't do it. People can't guess what a streamer is going to react to. Most people are going to watch the streamer. Yes, exactly. 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 You cannot. People are not being like, oh, Hasan is watching a freaking Dark Viper video, so I'm gonna go watch Hasan watch the Dark Viper video because he's watching the Dark Viper video right now. You know what I mean? It's just not necessarily the case. You can't quantify it.
Truth be told, there were times when I knew that people would react to my videos, so I altered the content to give people more entertainment for the reactions. Be it the easiest joke of my life about Nintendo 64 controllers, you have no idea what the universe is about, but you like MMOs.
Like, even in his worldview, his face isn't even in the corner. He's just playing the video itself. So, I mean, does he think that him making this YouTube video would draw eyes that would have actually watched this video in the first place? Like his audience, in Dark Viper's worldview, his audience who might have went and watched the Necrit video in the first place are no longer in the market for watching the Necrit video because they've gotten the gist of the video by watching Dark Viper basically react to it. You know what I mean?
Your hairline is receding and you have a crippling fear of Nintendo 64 controllers. Or joking about people passing out. So reactions is something you can definitely play into if you do enough market research and you know what kind of audience you are going to attract. For example, I saw Asmongold reacting to a video where people discussed Riot's MMO. In that video they were just talking about tweets, and yet this was enough to make him react to it. Which made me realize we actually know a lot more about the MMO than just some tweets. So I went and made that massive video with the assumption that it would be picked up outside of just League of Legends.
I find this idea more than a bit distasteful, especially considering that at no point in his video does Nukrit show or establish actual benefits for his channel from reactions. Nukrit's ideal world...
I thought it didn't matter. That's stupid. I thought it didn't matter. Did it not matter? Did he not, chat, am I crazy? Did he literally just say it doesn't matter if it's beneficial to the creator, if it's, you know what I mean? If it's bad for the market or whatever? Like, it does not make any sense. It does not make any sense. It makes literally zero sense. But I can show, right, a benefit to my channel from being reacted to. I can show it specifically. Right? I can show it very specifically. Also, yes, he did break down the analytics, which is funny because in the clip that Dark Viper did show as well, we see.
But ever since my Riot MMO videos
put up
blasted
a
off,
picture of his
things got a
analytics.
lot more interesting. I got to collect some interesting data, which...
So I don't know what he means when like it's like Nukrit never showed the active benefit to reacting to his channel. I look like, come on, dog. Come on, dog. Like, however, Dark Viper never showed that it's harmful. You know what I mean? Which, because again, it's impossible to quantify that. You can't just be like, look, this video I made performed poorly. And guess what? Hasan was reacting to a different video at the time. And because Hasan was reacting to a different video, that's why my video did bad. Interesting. But like literally, I will say this forever, right? My entire career is based upon a Hasan reaction. It is. We looked at it before. I talked about it when I was on Hasan's stream. I would not have a modicum of the audience I have right now if it wasn't for Hasan reacting to my TikTok about spamming the Texas Right to Life abortion site. I can pull it back up.
If you were to do such a thing, I would be horrified. Now, that just disrupts the process a little bit. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, they'll still be able to get... But, yeah, a TikToker has made a script to flood Texas abortion whistleblower site with fake information. An easy-to-use iOS...
September 2nd, 2021.
shortcut lets non-technical users bombard the site according to Motherboard's test. Man, I'm really worried about covering this.
Okay, so here's the...
I mean, that would be so bad if people did that. So I probably shouldn't cover this.
Actually, if I don't do that before I start
exactly
reacting.
detailing
That's crazy.
how you can
I have 15,000 followers at the time.
The IP banned me. Found out this morning. Okay, so when I access the site, it gives me something that looks like this. Fortunately, the IP banned me. Found out this morning. So when I access the site, it gives me.
So yeah, this is a reaction. Right? This is a reaction. Hasan reacting to my video and then subsequently VIPing me, me being in the community, reacting to my Starbucks mini documentary, reacting to my freaking Black identity video or portion of it, and then eventually having me on stream is the reason why I hit 11,000 followers and I'm currently at like 300 something viewers. You know what I mean? So this idea of like, let's be honest, it was more the VIP badge. That's fair. That is true. Without the VIP badge, I would have been like a lost in the wind, if you will. It would have been a thing like, oh, this is a cool thing that somebody did. But being VIP for sure did like make me a staple in the community. For sure. This idea that like
benefits for his channel from reactions. At no point in his video does Nukrit show or establish actual benefits for his channel from reactions.
Look, I'll tell you benefits. It's beneficial. And it even like, you don't even have to have like case studies or examples. Just think about it. If you are a YouTuber with 200 subscribers, is it more beneficial for you to just keep chugging out videos and hoping to get caught in the algorithm? Or is it more beneficial to go into somebody's stream and be like, yo, bro, I just made this sick video I think you'd react to. I think you'd love it. You know what I mean? And then you send the video into chat and they watch it and they're like, this is a sick video. Chat, go watch this guy. You know what I mean? Or do you think that's more beneficial? Because the problem, and maybe Dark Viper doesn't get this because he hasn't been a small creator in like years. But as a small creator in this age of 2024, it's nearly impossible to grow. It's nearly impossible to grow. And you need some sort of influx of followers from a separate place in order for you to grow on a platform. Would Dark Viper say that you creating content on TikTok in order to direct them to your stream, right, is stealing views or viewers from the market of TikTok creators because you are encouraging them to leave the site to go watch you? No, that would be stupid. That would be dumb. Because that's just how content creation works. Yes, it is a game of eyeballs. And there are a limited number of eyeballs. And the entire idea is figuring out how can I get eyeballs who are floating around in the market watching other people's content to come to my content. That's literally what it is. That's like saying if you make better YouTube videos that are higher quality, you're stealing eyeballs from a smaller creator who doesn't have the equipment to make as good YouTube videos. And you're by proxy exploiting them for doing so. That's the idea of creating content. The idea of creating content is your goal is to find the best way to steal eyeballs from people to get them to come to your content to watch you so you can make money and you can continue making content. I don't understand how this is a difficult take. This is a hard take. You know what I mean? It makes literally no sense. It makes literally no sense. Because that's how content creation works. It's stupid.
Nukrit's
I
ideal
guess I'm back to his video because I think it's funny.
World seems to be one where creators freely work to create the best content for someone else to upload so they can maintain their wealth and success. The person who then actually did the work just has to hope that the reactor's prosperity trickles down to them. It's
not a meritocracy.
Person who then actually did the work just has to hope that the reactor's
It's not a meritocracy, and this is Dark Viper's problem. This is what happens with all these capitalist-brained idiots, these morons, right? Content creation is not a meritocracy. It's not. We do not live in a meritocracy. It does not matter how much work you put into your videos if your video is not getting in front of people. That's it. That's it. That's it. It's a very simple concept. It's a very simple prospect. Yes, as a creator, you have to hope your video trickles down and so that you can get views from your the reactor's viewers. Yes. That's just how it works. In the same way is that you can make the best YouTube video to ever exist, but you also have to hope that the algorithm picks it up so that it pushes your video out to more people. Because you can create the same YouTube video, right? Put it out, and the algorithm doesn't pick it up. It shows it to two people, and they hate it, and they dislike it, and then the algorithm moves on. Or you can send a video to a YouTube creator in which they will actually watch your video and they will see how high quality it is. And then their viewers will go then follow you because of how high quality your YouTube video is. It is actually a better system than just relying on the altruistic algorithm to show your videos to the right people and then they will like actually be invested in your channel and will watch your content. You know what I mean? It makes no sense. The perfect world is you make a content for people, and the higher quality your content is, the more people are going to watch your video, right? That would be the perfect world. But again, it doesn't work because the algorithm is fickle. You can make the best YouTube video and still fail because it's not a meritocracy. Mr. Beast didn't get successful for making Mr. Beast style YouTube videos. Mr. Beast got successful from being reacted to by PewDiePie by saying PewDiePie's name 10,000 times. That is how Mr. Beast got successful. And if you're gonna tell me, sit there and tell me that Mr. Beast is not a successful case study of how networking and reaction content exists, then what do you want? What are you gonna say? Are you going to tell me that Mr. Beast not catering his content specifically towards reactions and saying PewDiePie's name 10,000 times to get on meme review was not instrumental for Mr. Beast becoming the most successful YouTuber to date? That's how content works. And yes, it's bad. It sucks that you have to cozy up to a bigger creator in order for your content creation career to take off. And you cannot organically grow as a content creator that you could 10 years ago or 15 years ago. Yes, it's bad and it sucks, but it's the game and you have to play the game. You can't sit here and get mad at people for playing the game. You can't. Because what's the alternative? The alternative is you make the best YouTube video possible and you sit and you wait and you hope and you pray that somebody stumbles upon your video and likes your thumbnail and gives your video with 0 views a chance. And then now it has 1 view and somebody gives that 1 view video a chance. And now it has 2 views and that keeps going until you have a bajillion views. But guess what? That doesn't work because again, it's not a meritocracy. It is not a meritocracy. It's not. The amount of effort you put into creating a YouTube video is overall next to meaningless. You know what I mean? Next to meaningless based upon how well that video performs or how successful you're going to be. It's about who you know and the networking you do. And reacting is a part of that networking. That's it. That's it, right? Because in Dark Viper's mindset, every person who makes a YouTube video is making high quality, super high effort content. And they're all just like people who's trying their best and they're being exploited by the scary, scary Twitch streamers. And that they're terrifying. And oh no, they're only there to steal content from people. Right? And that's not the case. There are loads of people who make bad YouTube videos like this one. There are loads of people who put no work into their YouTube videos, put no effort into their YouTube videos, but get millions of views because of it. And that's the game. It is. It's the game. It sucks, but it's the game. Same way reaction content is the game. And if I want to be successful as a creator, it's like having to post on TikTok by being a streamer. If you want to grow as a streamer and get to like Jinxie's side, you have to post on TikTok because TikTok has a better algorithm, right? It sucks and it's stupid and I hate it. But again, it's the game. And if you truly want to be a successful creator to that degree, you have to play the game. You have to make content to be reacted to, right? Because why would a viewer come to your Twitch stream while you're doing, you know, insightful commentary or you're super good at the game, you're freaking radiant at Valorant over Tarek? Why would they? They don't know you, little bro. They don't know you, little bro. They have to know you first. They can't watch your stream if they don't know you? You know what I mean? I'm gonna start banning people who link other stuff while I'm doing something. I gotta stop doing that. This guy quitting 5 years ago that people stopped watching him. I don't know, maybe.
Prosperity trickles down to them. You shouldn't expect at least a share of the wealth generated from your work. You should just be happy with the illusory payment of exposure. It is beyond my...
Are you a moron? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Like, again, let me explain this in the simplest terms so that we can understand this. What happened to my thingy? Oh. Let me explain this in the simplest terms, right? This is you, chat. I'll put a U for you. You have 10 subscribers, right? You're trying to grow. You have 100 million, videos out and nobody's watching you. You're trying to grow. And so what you do is because you realize over here is freaking XQC, baby, who has like 5 million subscribers. I can't spell. Right? Actually, a good example of this would be, remember during the Omalay concert situation where old girl was like asking for payment from Kai and asking for compensation for Kai to go on Kai's stream? You remember that, chat? We talked about that earlier. Yeah. And guess what happened? She didn't go on Kai's stream. She did the Dark Viper tactic. She had like the 10 subscribers and she was like, bro, I will go to you, SQC, if you give me money. If you give me money, then you can react to my content. SQC was like, no. You know what I mean? Was like, no. And somebody else, who we'll call them Jerry had 5 subscribers. Right? Jerry was like, yo, XUC, I made this video about you, dog. No money required. Can you look at it on stream? XUC's like, sure. XUC watches the video. And then after the video, XUC's subscribers went to Jerry. And Jerry now, instead of having 5 subscribers, now has 5,000 subscribers. You know what I mean? Again, is this good? Right? Do I think this is like beneficial for like the world as a whole? Probably not. Right? Should Jerry be compensated for the amount of money he generates for XQC in the perfect world? Sure. In a perfect world. Don't shout out random people to say that Friday. I don't know these people. Gosh darn it.
They say that I'm good enough, grabbing my da-da-da. Think about shit that I shouldn't,
And so, yeah, it's not good. Yes, it's bad. It's bad that this is the system that we live in. However, if you want to grow from 10 subscribers to 5,000 subscribers, you have to play the game. You have to play the game, and this is the game. You have to. Right? And getting mad at the 5 million subscriber people for also playing the game is weird and stupid. right? Because now you being at 10 subs are like, bro, I hate React content, dog. I hate React content so much. It's so low effort, right? It's so low effort because you wasn't willing to play the game. You is not willing to suck up their pride, right? And play the game to get this pushback to grow as a creator. I think that's the issue. Though. SUC has enough money to get $500 licensing fee. If you ask for that, you're fighting the entire community and the entirety of Twitch. Yeah, because they can just watch a different video. You know what I mean? XQC gains nothing by watching Jerry's video or watching U's video. XQC gains nothing. It's almost entirely beneficial for the small creator, right? Like when I like shout out smaller creators or highlight smaller creators or smaller streamers, I do that not because it's like directly beneficial for me, but because I want to do the dissemination process of sending the people who came to me from Hasan to somebody else who may be a smaller creator, right? I'm doing my part in this system of, of capitalism, in the system of the game to help out the smaller streamers, the smaller creator. Because otherwise, you don't get helped out. You are in the dumps. You are left behind. You have no eyeballs on you. People stream to 0 viewers for 5 years and never pop off. And sometimes all you need is that perfect example, chat. Remember when the conversation about like raids? About the person who was like, this new meta of not raiding is so crazy. That person. Remember that, chat? I talked about it on stream. Yeah, I'll find it. No worries, it's around here somewhere. It's around here somewhere. It's around here somewhere. No worry, I'll find it. No worries, I'll find it. I'll find it. I can't find it. Let me see. Wait. Here, I found it, actually. Because I'm a genius. Where'd it go? Here. Hot take, this new meta of not raiding is stupid. You should always raid/host unless it's an emergency. These people saying they don't raid or host because they don't want their communities to be taken by other people is pathetic. Right? It's this concept. Right? There's a reason why raiding and hosting is necessary to grow as a streamer. Because discoverability tools are so bad. You know what I mean? It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. As a small streamer, you gotta do what you gotta do in order to grow. Would it be best case scenario if Twitch added better discoverability features in order to, promote smaller streamers? Yes. Would it be better if Twitch actively went out of their way to like invite affiliates to things like, Twitch Rivals more often, and not inviting me, Twitch? It's kind of racist. Or did more events for smaller streamers? Yes, that would be good. That's good things that Twitch should do. However, as it currently stands right now, you gotta play the game. You have to get your content in front of people's eyes somehow. Like, how do you expect to grow? Do you think you can just make content, right, in your own insular bubble, and you sit down, you play Call of Duty like this 6 days a week and expect to actively grow as a streamer? Must a Twitch pay those smaller streamers to appear in the event, or is a streamer take part in the event for exposure? I mean, it would be good if Twitch paid the streamers, right? It would be cool, but Twitch has no incentive to pay the streamers. Why? Then they would just not do the events. You know what I mean? Why would Twitch do the events at all? Right? Your goal as a streamer, as a small budding content creator, should not be compensation. I don't know if this is a hot take. It should not be compensation. Right? If you go and you make your first YouTube video for your 5 subscribers, and you're like going like at Ludwig, yo, Ludwig, I made this new YouTube video. You should watch this, but I want to get $50 for watching this video, actually. You're not playing the game that we all play. You feel me? Like, I agree 100% it's mutually exclusive. I think that Hasan is much better than most. I just think that it's also explaining the labor a bit. Okay, well then don't be a creator. I'm sorry. I don't like the rule. Don't be a creator. Don't be a streamer. Right? You guys not get this because you're not streamers. Right? Don't be a streamer. If you don't want to play the game. Nobody is going to give you money for watching your 10 subscriber YouTube video. They're not. They're not. They're not. Generally, they are not, right? It's just not how it's going to work. And if you don't want to grow, and if your idea is just to make money, which it makes sense for some streamers. If you have 1 million subscribers or whatever, it makes sense to like if you're freaking like I Did a Thing or Boy or whatever, it makes sense to like be like, hey, if you're gonna react to my video, give me money, right? Because if nobody reacts to your video, you're no worse off. You lose nothing because you already have an established audience. But if your goal is to grow, right? If your goal is to get your content in front of the eyes of people so you can start making money, asking for compensation is directly like diametrically opposed to that idea. You know what I mean? Jim Wars is a legit her thing she did. Twitch didn't do that. It's beneficial to everyone. That's actually a great take. I was invited to the Streamer Awards. And if I was like, cutie, I will go to the Streamer Awards as a hidden gem, having like 5,000 followers on Twitch, averaging like 75, 90 viewers. If you pay me. If you pay me or I'm not going. Guess what she's not going to do? She's not going to pay me. And I wouldn't be at 11,000 followers now. I wouldn't have hit 2,000 viewers 2 days ago. I wouldn't be averaging 200 something viewers now. Right? If I didn't suck up my pride and try to ask for compensation. Could you argue that like Cutie exploited me for my content by having me appear at the red carpet or whatever? Having me show up or having the other hidden gems show up and the winners give like a speech or whatever? And could that apply to every streamer? Yes. Yes. That the Streamer Awards could not have been an event if no streamer showed up. This is true. You feel me? This is true. However, I understand not that like it's like paid exposure is like the most, necessary thing or whatever, but I understand the long game. I understand that I go to the Streamer Awards, I've increased my established audience, and now I'm making twice as much money as I made from the ad revenue by just streaming than I did a month ago. I mean, before the Streamer Awards. And so if you're not willing to play the long game, to play the game itself, to get your content in front of the eyes of people, you know what I mean? Then maybe you shouldn't be a streamer. Like if I were to be like, yo, Hasan, like, I know you invited me on stream to a do-rag stream, but like, I need some compensation first. And Hasan said no, how many people would not be in here? How many people would not have seen me on stream? It's so, because again, it's not beneficial to Hasan to have me on stream. You feel me? Hasan's not gonna get like a large amount more viewers like he would get if he had like Ray on stream. You know what I mean? I did a thing on stream. I don't have an established audience. In a way, it's pure charity, right? It's a way for large creators to give back, right, to smaller creators because they understand how difficult it is to grow as a streamer. Sometimes all you need is somebody to vouch for you. Sometimes all you need is for somebody to put you on. Sometimes all you need is a cosign. That's it. And if you are so passionate about not wanting to be reacted to because you think you're being exploited and you demand compensation, fair game. Go for it. People won't watch your videos. You know what I mean? Good luck. Like genuinely, I 100% genuine when I say good luck trying to grow via your own merit and your own effort. Because this is not a meritocracy. Good luck trying to navigate the ebbs and flows of the algorithm. Right? Good luck. Genuinely, I wish you well in not having to stoop down to cozy up to a bigger creator in order to get to the position where you can make content. Right? Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, lots of his streams was happy to see you, which is what led me to follow you here eventually. Thank you for joining. But again, that would have never happened if I'm like demanding payment from Hasan, right? Because again, people don't understand that as a large creator, it is an investment. It's an investment to watch somebody's content, to get invested in somebody, to call somebody a friend of the show, to shout people out. It's an investment that can turn sour. So it's not even just that it's beneficial for a large creator to react to people's content. There's also a level of, you know what I mean, risk there as well. I think a good example you use is games. Companies can copy strike people for playing their games. However, it's free advertising. Yeah. To the point where like creators will email me, like game developers will email me to be like, yo dog, do you want to play my game? Or whatever. Do you want to play my game? But like I also play Elden Ring by my own volition. Elden Ring doesn't pay me. Bandai Namco didn't just like email me being like, bro, what's good, dog? Here's a couple $100. You know what I mean? You feel me? Like they didn't pay me. They don't pay me, but I still play it. Am I exploiting the wider game marketplace? If Bandai Namco is fine with me playing Elden Ring, and I play Elden Ring, is freaking Power World gonna get mad that I'm stealing eyes from people who could be watching Power World content if they're watching me play Elden Ring? It just does not work. Literally 2 seconds. 2 seconds of critical thinking. Its entire thing falls apart. I discovered you through Hasan as well. Graduated from high school a few hours from your university. Great to see people from North Carolina come up on this. Thank you. Welcome in, North Carolina friend. From North Carolina. This vacancy sucks. Hey, you're right. But yes, I am from North Carolina. Someone told Roy Cooper not to retire or whatever. Because the Republican candidate for governor is not great. You feel me? Scooters, what's up? We're talking about reactions and reacting. He's terminated? Really? That sucks. Wait, there's term limits for governors, but not term limits for representatives and senators? That's stupid, dog. I guess it's not terrible because if a senator is bad, you know, want them term limited. But like, why are there no term limits for representatives? Depends on the state, really. That's why they serve like 30 or 40 years something sometimes. Yeah. This debate never ends. It will never end.
Really to understand why
Yeah,
a
Mr.
crit would
Frogan chat.
favor.
You did, Mr. Frogan chat. Unfortunately, it happened like an hour ago. There wasn't too much to add. Frogan was just correct in defending herself, and I think she defended herself aptly, in my opinion.
World where success is not determined by who works the hardest or is the most creative, but instead who.
What do you think of the podcast? I filmed the podcast. You filmed the podcast? I didn't know that. That's sick. It's a good podcast. It's entertaining. I'm the producer. Oh, that's awesome. W podcast. Preach to the choir. What'd I say? I don't remember what I said. I'm Kmart Marsh. That's pretty funny. Are you equally as emo? What podcast? Arabs. It's Frogan's podcast. Can't believe China's exploiting the producer in chat for views right now. True. No, I'm a Disney adult. Honestly, okay, fair. I've never been to Disney World though. Actually, I have been one time when I was a kid.
Who can give the most of their work for free to the already rich and successful. He sincerely seems to believe that the more videos that Asmongold uploads and the greater his share of the online media space, the better off all the people who actually do the work to make that content will be. So if we
He didn't say that. You're saying you're not allowed to take it to Disneyland easy? Bet. I'm down 100%. I don't know when I'll next be there, but I'm 100% down. Also, I realized I've never been to Disneyland, actually. I've been to Disney World in Florida as a kid. Never been to Disneyland. But also, my brain does not like roller coasters. It's too big in my head. It rattles around too much.
Could only convince all the reactors to upload 1,000 videos today, oh boy how easy everyone else's lives would become. Again, it's basically an infinite money glitch if you know nothing about how markets work. In fact, why
like this idea that he knows how the market works, he doesn't. You feel me? But again, how is it different than like, because this is what I don't understand. People said it, you're scared of roller coasters, got it? Nah, it just make me motion sick. And that's what I don't understand, right? Because like this delineation between like, you know, the concepts of like high value man chat, you know, those concepts that like the manosphere people, creators always talk about, high value man versus like low value woman or whatever. Who decides what type of content is high value or what type of content is like low value? You know what I mean? Just like who decides what men are high value, what women are low value. Like, I could say that like saying PewDiePie 10,000 times on a live stream, uploading that as a YouTube video is low value content. But Dark Viper would be like, well, that's original content, so it's high value content, right? He's acting as though every single video posted on his channel, even though there are 1 trillion hours of videos posted a year, right? He's acting as though every single video posted on YouTube is a high quality video. And it's not. It's not. It's literally not. Some videos are bad. Some videos are good. Some videos cost a lot of money to make. Some videos don't. Some videos take a lot of time to make. Some videos don't. So would it be okay if the reactor is reacting to the lowest form of content ever? Right? But Dark Barber believes that React content is the lowest form of content ever. But who decides that? I could say that React content is a higher form of content than like TikTok compilations or whatever that still exist. You know what I mean? Like he's acting as though he's the arbiter of what type of content is like good or valid or high value. And he's just decided that React content is like the lowest effort of content, which is just, again, not necessarily the case. Everybody should be pissed at YouTube. YouTube doesn't want to pay you the amount of labor you put in. This is correct because it's capitalism and they do exploit you in that way, 100%. The way I see it is watching videos of my friends and reacting to them is something that I did in childhood. So I can't do that now. So these creators take the spot of my friends reacting and goofing on videos. They're filling a hole that I need in my life personally. I understand that I'm speaking mega parasocially.
Even have recommendations for creators at all, when recommendations for reactors are apparently so superior in the crits world. The problem is that when recommendations for markets work. In fact, why even have recommendations for creators at all, when recommendations for reactors are apparently so superior in the crits world?
They are. Yes. Yes. They are. They are. If Hasan watches a video and gives a personal recommendation for his audience to go and subscribe and watch the other videos of a creator, that is more useful than a video showing up as you should watch this next after a video. Yes. What are you saying? Yes. Hasan reacting to a video, right? Laughing at the video, engaging with the video in a positive manner, right? Is going to do more than just saying, hey guys, I watched this video off stream. It's called TikTok Shop Has This, question mark, by Offline TV. They're unboxing TikTok Shop things. It's pretty interesting. You should watch it. Do you think that that is going to direct more people towards Offline TV, the channel, and the video itself, or me going and being like, all right, chat, we're watching this video. This is the video. Make sure you go give it a like. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you watch other Offline TV content. This is what we're doing now. And I go through the video and I show my audience who wants to see me why I enjoy this video. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm incorrect by saying that I think that that would be more impactful, right? Than if a creator is just like, yeah, chat, watch this Offline TV video.
They say that I'm good enough.
Also, why can't you have both? Why can't you have YouTube algorithms reacting or recommendations and streamers also saying, this is my favorite content. I enjoy this video. You should watch this video as well. Why can't you have both? I still think Hasan didn't understand what the guy was saying. I think you were incorrect in chat yesterday because I got it. I just think that in general, the guy was incorrect. I wouldn't watch Biden's boring speech if it wasn't for Hasan's react. It's fair and also
Problem
true.
is that you may imagine you gain from reaction to your video, but do all of your videos fare better having to compete with the millions of reactions flooding the markets?
Like, it's just totally disregarding. This is totally disregarding the idea that, like, nobody knows you, little bro. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. Right? Okay, we'll watch the chatter's reaction and get to it in a second. But, like, nobody knows you, little bro. Do all the creators' videos benefit from competing with the reaction content flooding the market? This is a what is this? What's the word? Straw man? It's a logical fallacy of some kind, right? Because the question was not, do you benefit from the reaction content that also enters the market as well? It's, do you benefit from being reacted to by a creator? That's the question, right? He's answering a question that nobody's asking. The conversation isn't about how your video does in the market with other React content. The conversation is it beneficial for the creator for you to be reacted to by a large streamer. It has nothing to do with the content that is uploaded to YouTube after the fact. It's, does the creator see benefit? And the content that's reacted after the fact could be a damage, right? It could be damaging. It could be, you know what I mean? You saw a 10,000 viewer boost or whatever, and then the YouTube content got 50,000 views or whatever. However, there's no way to quantify how many of those YouTube viewers went and followed you afterwards. You feel me? There's no way to quantify that. This isn't the question that people have. You feel me? It isn't. That content is easy views. Debatable in ways. Notoriously, when Jinxie's clips are spread all over TikTok, he's actually lost from the 2 viewers he was streaming to for a year prior, averaging 4 figures. Yeah, what is you saying? Between Lindsay, jet lag, and a surprise multi-hour endorsement from Ludwig, yesterday was our biggest day ever for signups by so much that it screwed up the usability of the chart. That's pretty funny. Yeah. I can say that I subscribed to a ton of creators after Hasan watched them, and now I watch and support them independent of Hasan. Yeah. I mean, you're in here now, so that's kind of evidence enough. But again, that's not even his point. His point was originally that it doesn't matter if it's beneficial to the creators, and it doesn't matter that if it's beneficial to the streamer, it's bad for the market as a whole. But then now his point is also now saying that it's also bad for the creator as well. It makes no sense. It's just, and there's no evidence. There's no evidence. Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence.
Competing with them for the finite attention available, especially when YouTube algorithmically favors channels that upload frequently and consistently over those that don't. More importantly,
so again, it's the algorithm's fault, but even disregarding that, right? Even disregarding that, he's again not mentioning the true problem that exists with being a small content creator, and that's not competing markets. I don't try to compete with Hasan clip channels because people who watch Hasan clip channels are there to watch Hasan content. It's very clear. Very clear. People who watch Hasan clip channels are there to watch Hasan's content. My goal is to inject myself into their public consciousness, right? So that they are thinking about me when they are looking for something else to watch, right? When I go live on Twitch and they see Shonda Black is also live in the recommended, it's, oh, this is the guy from Hasan. I'm going to watch that. You know what I mean? You follow me? I'm a new streamer? No. You think I support smaller streamers? No, I just steal their content, chat. Easy.
I don't agree with Nakrit that every successful creator should see other people's creative works as an all-you-can-eat buffet that you can snatch from whenever.
That is a straw man. Immediate straw man. Immediate straw man. Immediate straw man. He is attributing a position to Nakrit that he's just made up. I want you to listen again.
Frequently and consistently over those that don't. More importantly, I don't agree with Nakrit that every successful creator should see other people's creative works as an all-you-can-eat buffet that you can snatch from whenever you don't want to make something yourself.
Again, straw man. Straw man. What a moron. What a moron who can't even make a decent argument himself. So that's a straw man the position. Nakrit's video, which again we saw, was just saying quite literally, oh, I saw a bump, right? I saw a bump from Asmongold reacting to my video, and I like it. And he's like, well, I don't like it. And how dare you think that YouTube streamers can just steal content from everybody that they want to and get their grubby little mitts on it and take all the views for themselves. Like the critic didn't say that. At no point did he showed a clip of Nakrit saying that or anything close to that. And he just, because again, he has no qualms, right? He has no qualms about showing, he has no qualms about showing clips from Nakrit's video. So why did he not show a clip of Nakrit saying that instead of being like, I don't believe this thing that Nakrit believes?
Nakrit's ideas pair well with the expression that it's easier to ask forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. While I would personally argue that
this doesn't even work for the idea of people who send their videos to streamers to be reacted to. You may be able to have this take for streamers who just react to videos without, like, you know what I mean, permission, but at no point, how does this mesh with this idea that react content is always bad if a streamer is sending their own content to be reacted to? Nakrit saying that it's fine. Nakrit has given consent to Asmongold to react to his video. So no, it's not about asking about forgiveness or permission. Nakrit said specifically in this section of the video that you played that he crafts the video specifically to be reacted to. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Anyone who actually lives by this creed is a massive dick. This is still a philosophy that reactors embody wholeheartedly. Surprisingly, I've directly heard people say of Asmongold that his embodiment of this philosophy is a positive trait and not merely evidence of his disregard for others. I could imagine why Nakrit does not care about—
in case you're wondering, chat, no, I did not ask for permission to watch this video, and I'm doing it because I think it's funny.
Such things though, because it seems in his world we should all exist for the pleasure of those already successful.
Some people
and just
pay
be
streamers to watch their videos. This is true. Some people even donate specifically to make their voice heard in chat when their name has been specifically banned. I'm just putting that out there. I don't know why that came up, but yeah, some people do that.
Happy for the notice.
But the question now is it worth it? Is it even beneficial to have people reacting to your videos? Or will it harm your channel? After I released my first Riot MMO video, it decently quickly hit 1 million views, after which it stopped and then it slowly crept up close to 2 millions. And during that initial burst of views as other people reacted to it, the viewer ratios stayed consistent. For example, Sodapoppin's reaction got about 50% of the original video. This became true for both the first video and the second video. S-Fan stayed consistently around 17%, and Asmongold stayed slightly below 3 times the original views, because that's just the kind of content he does. But these ratios also stayed the same when I was talking about Ghostcrawler leaving. No matter the success of the original video, the reactions always stayed consistent with the ratios relating to their own audiences. This taught me that, at least in my case, there was no way the reactions could be taking views from me. Because if this was the case—
Let's get a cat. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated, much appreciated.
If the reactions were taking views from me, then after the new audience learned about my videos, and if you mirror that after my audience learned about the reactions, then over time, as I released more videos, people would have to avoid my videos and wait for the reactions to come out. Or in other words, my views would have to go down and the other views would have to go up. But that didn't happen. There was no funneling of viewers and everything stayed the same.
But Nakrit, have you ever thought about the fact that you didn't ask Dark Viper for consent? Because I know whenever I even think about reacting to a video or even think about putting a video out to be reacted to, I always have to call up Dark Viper specifically to be like, hello, father. Yes, I know. Another video I am putting out. Do you consent to my video being reacted to? And he's like, I love to do Australian accent, but I can't do it. He was like, no, child, I do not consent. But I was like, father, think about the money, think about the views. And he's like, well, child, have you considered ever running the top of the hour ad break? Because at the top of the hour, there is 2 minutes of ads. And if you don't want to see the ads, all you have to do is subscribe for free with the Twitch Prime or for $5 a month. And if you don't have a Twitch Prime and you don't have $5 a month, then all you have to do is wait to be gifted a sub as well. And I was like, but father, please, not the ad break. He's like, yes, the ad break. I'm like, okay. So I'm running the ad break now, chat. Sorry, chat. Don't worry, we'll wait for you.
So there are surprisingly 5 levels at which Nakrit is wrong in this general section. The first is, as has been—
How can he be wrong? How can he's literally just saying, this is my experience when I am reacted to. How can he be wrong?
Just resubscribed for 2 months.
How? Somebody explain. How can if I'm like, I saw a positive boost from Hasan watching my content, and Dark Viper's like, you're actually wrong. No, you didn't. I'm like, I believe I did. I have my numbers. Like, no, you didn't. You're wrong. You're incorrect. I'm like, what?
Made apparent before, he assumes the only thing in existence that a reaction video can negatively impact is the original video that it was made from. The second, he disregards the other ways that a reaction can potentially negatively impact the original video other than the singular way that he listed. The third, the phenomenon that he seeks to test for, that being people expecting a reaction and so skipping over the original video, in this particular context, makes no sense. The fourth level, how he is testing for this phenomenon doesn't make any sense. Lastly, the conclusions that he draws from his nonsensical analysis are not supported by the data available. So firstly—
like, what is this? Okay, chat, please tell me this is a statistician. Tell me he is a statistician. Tell me he has a degree in stats, a degree in mathematics, a degree in logical reasoning of some sort. Tell me he has an English degree, or tell me, please tell me that he has any, I literally any, you feel me? Any qualifications to be speaking about this at all. Like literally any. What? I'm looking it up. I'm curious. Your theoretical degree in mathematics. Is that real? Is that true? No, he has a degree in psychology. Oh, theoretical degree. Oh. He has a degree in psychology. So yes, let me take the intricacies of logical premises from somebody who has a degree in psychology. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Crit is hard locked into the idea that what reaction videos extract from is purely the original video. But obviously an Asmongold reaction can take from any of Nakrit's videos. Maybe a viewer who would have ended up watching something from Nakrit's back catalog is instead now watching one of the 10 videos that Asmongold ripped off today. Reactions have an impact on the—
What? That's only under the assumption that Asmongold is going about his day watching every Nakrit video that exists. You know what I mean? Asmon doesn't do anything. He doesn't watch a video when it's specifically relevant, but it's instead he's like, oh, I am going to today go through the entire catalog of Nakrit's videos and do that for every creator that I watch, and then upload a reaction to every single video on the platform. Nobody's doing that. Like, what are we doing? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I don't see the point. I don't see the point. If he says that the video is operating, like Asmongold's reaction video is operating as a market substitute for the video itself, right? You would have an argument there, which is what the argument was in 2021, 3 years ago. That was the argument, is that a re-upload of a reaction video is the market substitute for the video itself, right? Now he's saying that, you claim that you've actually been benefited by your reaction video. Well, have you ever considered your other videos? Again, with no numbers, you don't have any numbers. I can guarantee you, using my numbers, using my analytics, that whenever Hasan reacts to one of my videos on YouTube, even if I don't post anymore, my other videos get a bump. I get comments on my other videos saying, hey, I'm from Hasan. This is a good video. I got a comment on a different one of my videos saying, hey, I'm from Hasan. this is a good video, or this is what I think. My views go up whenever Hasan watches one of my videos. This is just true. It's just how it works. So how can you sit here and say, well, I'm sorry, Nikrit, I don't have your numbers, but your other videos are being stolen from by this one reaction video. You are not Nikrit. You don't have Nikrit numbers. Nobody watches Dark Viper videos, except for the ones he's talking about React Gates. You know what I mean? I'm here from Hasan watching your stream now. You my videos? Hasan doesn't watch my stream. Unless he does watch my stream in the mornings. Interesting. Realistically, too, if you gain no new viewers, that means the abundance viewers who watch Asmin did not like his videos. Does he even speedrun GTA 5 anymore? I don't even know. Maybe he gave it up after he like lost the one-hit KO thing to a viewer. He's like, a viewer stole my method. No, I don't think so. That's kind of sad, honestly. He doesn't even speedrun anymore. And that's what got him famous. Man, that's sad. So GTA content though? Yeah, he does do some GTA content. Whenever I see a dude in a tank top, I assume they smell bad. Probably this makes fair, but seeing it's probably displayed makes me ache. Anyway, I'm not gonna watch this entire video because I think it's stupid. Because he talks about this for literally ever. Analysis conclusion lacks proper data support. Like, he also has no data.
Is the superior version. Even in some magical hypothetical world where viewers always watch both the original and the reaction, you can likely still see the issue there. 50 creators each spend 1 week making 1 video each. Asmongold then re-uploads all 50 videos in a week because he doesn't need to spend any of the time or effort to actually make them. The result in this magical hypothetical world, which is to some people their ideal world, is that Asmongold would have 50 times the viewership of any of those individual creators.
But again, none of this is even seeing things from the perspective of the viewer, of one of the creators, right? How many of Asmongold's millions of followers goes to the original creator's videos and they have seen an increase of followers? He's taking the net sums, right? The net sum of like, oh, in a hypothetical situation where Asmongold has this many viewers, right, for stealing content. All the other creators only have this many viewers. This many is bigger than this many, therefore Asmongold is bad. Not understanding that a portion, of course not all, but a portion of his viewer base right here are going to go and become fans of these creators that would not have been fans beforehand. Now the creators have seen a boost by having Asmongold fans in their video or in their whatchamacallit, in their fan base. So they've seen a again, under the assumption that the video is going to do well in the algorithm, which again isn't even a guarantee, right? They've seen a boost from a group of people who might not have seen their video in the algorithm, right? Some of which who might have seen the video in the algorithm. So there's like 3 camps. One camp. Oh, geez Louise, I need tissue. No, I use this. Oh, Lordy. Ow. Aha. There's a tissue in here. Anyway, thank you. In one camp, you have a viewer who wouldn't see the vid ever, right? In the second camp, you have a viewer who would have seen the vid in algo. And in the third camp, you have a viewer who, look, that's kind of it. A viewer who wouldn't have seen the video ever, a viewer who would have seen the video in the algo, and a viewer who only sees through Asmin, right? Let's chill. I'm bringing the mouse. It's either one, you have a viewer who wouldn't have seen the video ever, right? Two, a viewer who would have seen the video in the algorithm, whether or not they saw it in Asmin or while Asmin reacted to it. Or three, a viewer who only saw the video through Asmin or the reaction and not the original video. Either way, in all three cases, worst case scenario, viewer sees video. That makes sense, chat? In the worst case scenario, the viewer sees the video. In the best case scenario, the viewer sees the video plus goes to like plus subscribes plus becomes a fan. Right? So either in the worst case scenario, the viewer sees the video and it doesn't go anywhere from there. But whether they see it in Asmin chat and through the reaction and the creator doesn't get the view from it, or they see it from the actual video itself and it gets the view, that's the worst case scenario. So you have to contextualize this into what a YouTuber wants. What would be beneficial for the YouTuber? If you are at 10 subscribers, you're not monetized. You don't get paid based upon how many viewers specifically like view the video or whatever. But a viewer sees the video. Now people know of you. And if they enjoy the video, if it's a good video, then they will go and like and subscribe and become a fan and follow. And if not, you know what I mean? You don't really lose anything because there's only really one case where a viewer would have seen the video and they watched the video through Asmin, but they would have seen it on their algorithm. But again, there's no way to quantify case number 2. You feel me? I saw that dude was really debating Hasan on this quote in Dark Viper. I really don't get where this libertarian market argument is coming from, but I do get frustrated with a streamer who does reactions but adds little, but adds nothing to them, such as XQC. But the rage about as far as to focus on a streamer who does something genuinely new while watching, like Hasan. True, but again, even with getting mad at XQC, I don't even think that really I would have a right to get mad at XQC on the behalf of a creator. If a creator is like, I'm just happy XQC is watching my video, who am I to be like mad on their behalf? Saying, no, you should be mad about this. You know what I mean? You're stupid. You're dumb. You're being exploited and you don't even know it. You should be mad at XQC or whatever. If a creator sees benefit in just being reacted to by XQC, whether that means that like somebody else is going to react to it afterwards, like Asmin's going to catch on to it and Charlie's going to catch on to it and Hasan's going to catch on to it, then who am I to be like, no, you should have a problem with this? You feel me?
Two people's consent in this regard, it's still exploitation, well, then you're probably not sexing at all. You're probably not getting a lot of that. No, your argument is flawed. Your example does not harm anybody. While you're harming people, even if you get the individual's consent, I am not harming a person if I'm getting their consent. You are wrong. I'll gladly go into Discord with you and explain it to you so we can come to an agreement. I understand that you believe my argument to be disingenuous, but you claim to be a supporter of the workforce. You cannot possibly think what you're doing is right. Maybe I'll guest star you in a little bit, okay? I will. You want it really bad? I'll give you the smoke.
A few moments later.
That guy is still in the chat, by the way, the one that wants to relitigate ReactGate and get mad at me and say that, like, he's going to own me in the marketplace of ideas. I never said I'd own you. I said I'd explain my point of view. You said you wanted to have a discussion about it too, so now why are you trying to turn this into something it's not? All right, I'm going to send you a guest star. Hold on 1 second. I can't stand this motherfucker. We're going to do it for, like, I'm going to put a time limit on this, okay? I've sent you an invite for guest star. Okay, I think he's in here. All right, where are you? Fanduril, hello. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Hello.
I can hear you. You don't have a screen. Is a black screen.
Am I supposed to have one?
Yeah, you don't want to show
Yeah,
your
I
face?
can, yeah.
If you don't want to show your face, that's fine.
I don't even have a camera. Like, I'm on a desktop, so.
Okay. You don't have a camera on your desktop?
No, what? Why would I?
Oh, okay. I don't know. All right. Oh my God. Okay. Classic. No, not
Yeah.
Britbonger. I'm gonna guess where you're from. Are you ready?
You will never guess it.
I will never guess it.
Yeah, I promise you.
Netherlands.
No.
No? Okay. Where are you from?
Austria.
Austria. Oh Jesus. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, damn. Someone clocked it immediately. Said Austrian before you said
No
it.
way.
Yeah. Someone in the
That's
chat
great.
did.
I wonder what they take on streamers watching a Hasan stream, a J-Man or LB sometimes. Are they stealing from Hasan or are they stealing or the original content creator? They're stealing from the market. That's who they're stealing from. They're stealing from the market.
Figure it out. So you are a leftist, right? You are a socialist?
Yes.
You're a socialist? You're not a socialist.
I'm not sure. Yeah. I don't know. I'm close, I guess. I do support a lot of socialist policies, that's for sure. And I really like our ruling party at the moment. I do think I'll vote for them again. So
Okay.
I guess, yeah.
So you're a bit of a social democrat. So you have a lot of gripes with me in particular.
Yes.
Do you follow my content at all, or do you watch me at all, or no?
On the side, I'm not like an avid hate watcher or anything. I see
Would
your
you
content
say-
occasionally.
Would you say that you
But-
see my content through someone else's lens, or do you see like directly? Do you watch my videos directly?
Both. I mean, I don't disagree that my opinion of you might be a bit skewed because of the content I see online. I think that's totally a fair point.
Okay. So you think that you're admitting that you might be a little bit biased in the way that you've seen my content due to who you've watched my content through, like drama content.
I think that's fair. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Today, you wanted to talk specifically about ReactGate. The notion that it does not matter if the content creators that I watch actually personally don't mind. As a matter of fact, enjoy when I watch their videos in this community, because you're saying that there is still exploitation occurring.
Correct.
And you also said that me making an analogy to consensual sex still doesn't fit the bill here. That, like, if both
You're
parties
stealing? I am
consent, you
stealing.
still think that there is harm being conducted. Do you have any?
This is a long conversation, I will say.
Data to show that there is harm being conducted, or is this your assessment? You're just purely speculating that there's harm
I don't think you
happening.
need data. I think that should be pretty obvious if you think about.
I don't think you need data. I missed that one. I missed that line. I don't think you need data. Someone say too long? Entirely too long.
The situation, you know, like if you understand the relationship you have with the people that you are reacting to, I think it should be extremely obvious that.
Okay, and keep in mind, he said the relationship you have to the people you reacted to. So his issue, his gripe, is that he is exploiting the original content creator, right? Remember that. Remember that, chat. Remember that. It's called foreshadowing.
I don't think you need data for that.
Do you think this is a proper way to conduct an argument?
No, if you want me to go in depth into like what I mean.
So you made a claim here that you said that there is exploitation occurring here, and then you said it's pretty self-evident. For something to be self-evident, unless you're just simply pointing to a thing and going, duh, everyone knows it, come on, be real.
I don't know if it's self-evident. I think it should be pretty obvious if you think about the relation. I mean, do you want me to explain it? Like I can go in depth if.
Go
you
ahead.
want me to.
Okay, sure.
Okay. All right. So your argument is that because you are given consent to react to the people, it can't be bad, right? Am I understanding that correctly? Or like there can't be exploitation?
Well, there's two arguments.
Because they've given you.
There's two different arguments that I make. Number one is that I do think it's beneficial. I legitimately do think it's beneficial for the other content creator when a content creator is engaging in what I jokingly call ethical reacts, right? Promoting the content creator, linking it in the chat, urging people to go and like the video, urging people to go and watch the video, urging people to go and like watch other videos of the content creator. This sort of stuff, especially with prior acknowledgement, I think is very beneficial for the content creator. And the examples I use oftentimes are about how Twitch works in general, how live streaming works in general. The thing that I always point to is the fact that there are video game companies and even companies that make movies and whatnot that have marketed, like given me money specifically to play their video games and also given me money specifically to watch trailers, for example, or other pieces of content that they make. Crunchyroll, for example, will do like live reacts where they pay content creators to watch pieces of anime, you know, episodes of anime.
Dog, how did you get away with the name The Mulatto on Twitch for so long and not catch a ban? That's crazy. Your account's like 2014 old. Maybe that's why. Also, TJ 3 stacks, like with a Prime subscription. I missed that one.
So that they will go and
That
people
is
will go
the
and watch
important
other
part,
anime,
though.
including
You're
the
watching
anime itself.
pieces of content. You're not watching the whole thing. There's still value to be gained for the people watching your content. If you play a video game, if you watch part of a show, they can still play the video game because your experience is always going to be different to theirs,
No,
right?
I watched full blown the entirety of, like, people do get paid to play the entire video game. People do get paid to.
But what I'm
people do
saying
get
is that the
paid to watch
experience
entire
that
movie.
you
I
have
watched the entire
playing the
Borat
game
movie.
will never be the same as somebody else playing that game. You agree with it?
Okay, how is that the same for the video? If I watch an FD Signifier video and I watch Hasan watch an FD Signifier video, can I not have a different experience? Can I not glean different insights from that video in the same way? If it's a single player game and I watch Hasan 100% the game, how am I having a different experience that Hasan has in a meaningful way that you're saying cannot be gleaned with a YouTube video? I don't get that. I don't understand that. Maybe I missed that.
That's right. Like watching a game is different to actually playing it yourself.
Watching a game, if it's a single player Telltale game, it is not all that different than playing it yourself. I mean, it is.
Sure. I mean, if it's
the
if it's
analogy
like one of those
the analogy you're making doesn't exactly fit the bill because, like, when I'm watching something, when I'm watching a piece of content on stream, I'm usually either A, disagreeing with the content creator itself, or B, using it as a narrative jump-off point. So for that reason, notoriously, I am considered Pausanabi. Many other content creators have made jokes about it. Even.
That's also another point that kind of gets like lost in this. Like, is like react content like lowest effort content if you're doing analysis, right? Because to these people, there's no differentiation between analytical content, commentary content, like political commentary content, and just literally sitting with your face in the corner for the entirety of the video. You know what I mean? Lowest effort content is complaining about react content. I completely agree. Completely agree. Why does he care for Ro? He doesn't. He cares about what his daddy says about it. And he's taking like a hard line, a moral stance against react content because Dark Viper has a hard line moral stance against react content, and Dark Viper's an idiot.
They say that I'm good enough, grabbing my think about shit that I shouldn't.
That it's almost always doubling or tripling in some instances the runtime because I'm not just using one video, I'm basically using usually multiple videos and other points of reference when I'm watching something. It's not just basically like throwing on a movie and kicking back, even though people do that as well. And I do think that like I do think that like people should be able to do that, but that's an IP argument. We're not going to have that conversation right now.
Yeah, we don't have to. I mean, I do agree that there are people that do it worse than you. Sure, that's fair. But my issue is that you present yourself as somebody who should be extremely opposed to this exact thing, but you are not, and you're actively contributing to the problem.
Like, again, this is stupid. This is dumb because if the content creator consents to allowing some exchange to happen, right? Even if it's not directly monetary, right? Good example. If a streamer has 1 follower, what would you think would be the amount of money that Hasan should charge to have that streamer on the broadcast? What amount of money would not be exploitative, right? For this person, Fandro. Fandro has 3 followers. You feel me? Fandro was on the stream. Hasan made money from ad revenue during this stream. Does Fandro think that we are, or that he is entitled to the money that Hasan makes from ad revenue by his mere presence of being on stream? Does Fandro think that he was exploited by being brought on stream and used for content? even though Fandro was the person who asked to be on stream. That's my question. Fandro asked to be on stream. Fandro asked to debate this. And guess what? He didn't ask for compensation. How is this different than Hasan reacting to a video, right, that he has consent to react to? I don't get that. Maybe I'm missing some part of the argument, right? But like, is Hasan not like exploiting the market by exploiting the labor of Fandro because he knows more people will click on his video if he's debating somebody, or click on his stream if he's debating somebody? Is he not exploiting the market and the eyeballs of actual original creators? Who knows? Who knows?
That is why.
Okay, hold on. You're engaging in hypocrisy fishing, and what is
I think
unproductive
the
about
argument
that
is the
aspect
process
is that
of
you have
creating
not
content.
actually presented.
But that's stupid. Because streamers create content by the presence of existing. I mean, why are videos different than being a streamer? You know what I mean? How's watching a YouTube video different than having a guest on who made that YouTube video? He says later he's okay with guest star because it's original content, but it's not. It's not. In the world of the anti-reactor, it's literally not. Explain to me how it's different to if I record myself and Hasan plays my recording on stream than if I go on stream and say those exact same words. How are they different? I'm not saying you think this, but I'm genuinely asking a question. How are they different? How is it different? You know what I mean? Like actually creating a YouTube video and going through writing one instead of live streaming it and winging it. You're assuming that people like wing it when they live stream. You feel me? Again, because their assumption is that every YouTube video is 100% high valued and like high production and you spend months on them, but they're not. I can sit here, record a video being like, Hasan, racism is bad. You feel me? I send that video to Hasan. Hasan watches it on stream. That's React content. I spend no time on editing, uploading, viewing the analytics, scripting on the video. It's still React content. It's still React content. And so if you have a moral argument against React content, that too also has to be bad. Right? And my take is you think that's bad, but guest stars aren't bad, you are morally inconsistent because there is no difference in somebody recording a video and being reacted to on stream and somebody going on stream as a guest and saying that exact same thing live. You know what I mean? It does not make any sense.
The counter argument for where the harm is, and you immediately jumped off with the presumption that everyone must agree that there is severe harm being conducted. So the premise, the underlying premise is that the underlying premise that I present is not that there is harm. The underlying premise that I present is that there is no harm. As a matter of fact, it is beneficial in many instances. So now it's on you to prove that it is not beneficial and it is actually harmful and exploitative.
Okay, I'm sure you've heard this argument before, but I don't think you understand it because if you understood it, you would have to agree with it, in my opinion at least. I know there has been a controversy around you about this already, but anyways. By you reacting to somebody's video, you are taking people that could be watching other people's content that is originally produced and not a quote-unquote ripoff. I'm just going to call it that. I know you disagree with it anyways. They could be watching other people's content, and by you reacting to it, you are stealing those people to you. And I think that is unethical, and that is stealing money from people who earn it more than you, in my opinion.
So here's a question for you, and this is a serious one. If that is the case, well, one, you must have data for it, right? Because that is a pretty solid assertion. If I am to believe the premise of your argument, you need to be able to follow it up with data. Because the counter that I can offer you always...
I don't think so.
You don't think so, I know, but like I'm giving you one example where people do actually see value in people reacting or consuming this content. Sometimes the entirety of the content in and of itself. You,
I
on
don't
the
think
other
there's
hand,
no
have
value in
shown,
it. I just think it's
you on
exploitative.
the other hand, have
That's
not even shown an analog or even any data whatsoever
Okay.
for why
Let
this is
me-
harmful. This is
make
why
it-
this discourse
let me actually-
is
that's a
like
good point.
usually silly.
You're right. Okay, listen. So let's say we're gonna make this like we're gonna reduce numbers here to simplify, right? Let's say there's 100 people. Like the whole market of people consuming online content is 100 people, right? If 50 of them watch other people's content, right? Like let's say 50 people.
The viewer's whole argument is that Hasan is not making original content, and people consuming unoriginal content is immoral, and it's Hasan's fault. That's dumb. Right? Because again, what is original content? You feel me? What is original content? What is it? Is just React content unoriginal content? What about somebody who steals somebody else's video? Is that original content? Like, what does it mean? These are meaningless words. These are meaningless words that have no true meaning, just so people can cry about them not getting views. And this convo with a dude is a fake socialist. Andy, I'm guessing this whole convo will be around. You shouldn't be doing this because you're a socialist. Anything else is just skirting around this. Partially.
Sean the Black says,
Juniper,
"Who's
thank
my
you for the
African
prime.
princess?"
Much appreciated.
Juniper 3330 has just subscribed.
And it's Dungeon Debate perverts think React content is a lesser form of content that should not be viewed, which doesn't make any sense. Because again, one, who are you to be the arbiter of what type of content is valuable or useful? Two, what is the line? Because you are the arbiter, you get to decide the line. What is the line between what's React content and what's analysis and what's fair use? A YouTuber who makes a fair use video about a different YouTuber using clips from that YouTuber, we all understand that it would be stupid and immoral and unethical for the first YouTuber to take them down because they don't like the content because it's used in fair use, right? Even if you utilize the entire video, as people do. If you are a YouTuber and you are reacting to sometimes multiple videos from one creator, right? It's all vibes based. It's all vibes based. Which I guess I think about, why am I talking about this? Why are we talking about this, chat? This person's stupid. I almost get to the end for the Dark Viper shout out. He says nothing for the next.
Doesn't matter. It depends on who the YouTuber is. But also, not only is this like, okay. Well, I hope
I do appreciate that you gave me
skip
to all of your future endeavors, chatter. That was I hope that was entertaining.
Oh, he skipped it. He skipped it. Here.
Was to show how ridiculous your argument is, but I don't think
there is no thing you have
ever gonna come unlike you. But I think we've both been respectful. Yep, you too. Shout out Dark Viper AU.
Shout out Dark Viper AU. That's what he said. Are you embarrassed, chatter? That stinks. Like, Destiny's community does this all the time. I'm glad I skipped it. I mean, yeah, but like, how are you not embarrassed? I think it's good to show you that like it's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. I will never in my entire life defend anybody to that degree. It's embarrassing. That's not the funny part. The funniest part is that Dark Viper was in the chat. That's the most hilarious part. So after this happened, Dark Viper then responded on Twitter, which I don't even know how he knew what was going on. Kind of fan behavior. Listening to @Hasan the Hun cowardly debate me via proxy on his stream is one of the most frustrating experiences. I wish I was not informed it was happening. He doesn't get it. I applaud Fandro for doing his best. Into which Comrade Lamb said this, which is actually even funnier almost. Dang it. This is real, by the way. Dark Viper AU donated $50. I had no interest in ever debating you. If you want to lie about me to your viewers and debate me via proxy, that is different. Either stop talking about it or just talk to me. I am very tired and not a good debater. Free win for you. Keep in mind, Dark Viper did not come up in this conversation at all. Like literally at all. Like he, for some reason thought like, oh bro, this is Hasan debating me by proxy, dog. Like, oh, this is how he gets at me. Like, dog. Yeah, until the end, and it was what I just showed you. $50 USD in real money, not fake Australian money. He's like, dog, just talk to me, please, Hasan, please. I beg, please talk to me. Talk to me, baby, please. Please unblock my number. Please. Please. Like, you can't chat for a reason, dog. I'm just saying that. You can't chat for a reason. It's kind of funny, though. It's very funny. And I think that Comrade Lamb should stop giving these people any clout. I think we should, as a community, stop tweeting at Dark Viper. Stop like responding to him or whatever. Like, I think we should like you can tweet this. I think it's funny, but like you gotta block these people, dog. They're not worth it. Just like the middle of the hour ad break isn't worth it. Because the middle of the hour there is a 2-minute ad break, and if you don't want to see those ads, I don't make the rules. Anyway, it already ran. I don't have much else to say. I am kind of tired. I did talk for a while. I've been live for 5 hours. And I do have to finish this bot by Sunday. It's also Friday. I might go watch Doom 2 or something, chat. In conclusion, rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. That's what I care about. Dark Viper who, dog? He wishes he was at Akira Toriyama's level. My goat. My goat. Here's your Doom 2 review when you finish watching it. I will. Oh, wait. I was talking about it.
It seems like I stole his eyeballs from whoever the fuck he was watching otherwise, though. Who is this? He's some fucking very unwell guy who just loses his mind all the time.
He is unwell.
Things I do.
Like, you should not be getting this mad at things, I will say.
But hey, thank you. I like that he gave me $50. It's no longer, it's just no longer rent free. You know what I mean?
He paid the rent.
Like, not only am I living rent free in his mind, he's also paying me to live in his mind, it seems.
Respect.
But it is pretty funny because I didn't even see this until this very moment. Like, I had no fucking clue. It's not you. He's just a huge React gay guy. No, I know. It's been like his thing. This is the thing that he's like he's just starving, dude. He just wants attention. What is this? Updates?
Tell the Palestinians
Me and Hasan over here, we laughing at this, no at, and a fan fucking found us without saying his name. They need help.
That was Mitch. It was highlighted. So anyway, that's enough of this from me. Thanks for chilling for a bit, chat. Yeah, I'll finish working on this stupid D&D thing. I'm almost done. I just have the spells left to do and the equipment left to do, and then it will be in a workable state. The biggest problem that I'm having, chat, is with the gosh darn stupid like expertise for like rogues. Like, every class has like different elements that make their class unique, and it makes it so difficult. Like, rogues proficiency bonus for 3 of their proficient skills are ×2. Why? I don't know. Freaking wizards pick 3 cantrips from the wizard skill list. Cool, awesome, amazing. Druids only pick 2. They can also ritual cast a spell if it says ritual next to it. I'm like, awesome, amazing, sick. Just they're like all unique. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. No, I'm chilling. I'm good. I'm good. Okay. That's it for me, chat. Play the song. It's not playing the song. Yes, it is. Play that song. The one that makes you sit all night long. The one that makes me think of you. That's all you gotta do. I said to play that song. The one that makes me spend all night long. The one that makes me spend of you. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. Sorry, chat. I'm scrolling. Making sure there's nothing left I want to talk about. I've been playing freaking Tekken recently. It's pretty fun. Can I hear you? Nah, it's fine. I play Tekken on stream. No, I play it off stream. I'm really bad at it. Here, let me. Okay, I know music's loud. Bye, chat. Adios. Adios. Goodbye. Wait, is my music even playing? It is playing. Goodbye. That's all you gotta do.